Good morning and welcome to the Victorian Age Championships. It is the UNCLOUD Victorian Short Course Championships here. We are pool number 2 as we've got both pools worth of action this morning. We've got the Horseman pool and the McConnell pool. I'm Tara Murray, and joining her for her Swimming Victoria debut is Tiarina Tai-Ter.
Well done.
A New Zealand former New Zealand international who is joining us.
Let's not talk about how former, but yes.
Known for your freestyle, also
Yes.
a little bit of butterfly as well.
Butterfly. Well, actually, I'll say this now. If 100 AM was still an event at the Olympics, if it wasn't an event at the Olympics, I'd still be swimming. So short course is my favourite place to be. This is going to be so much fun today.
It is. As we said, we've got the 2 pools. We are in the McConnell pool, named after Ashley McConnell, the former Australian Paralympian. So we've got there, and we are going to start here with the 400-metre freestyle here. It's telling us we've only got 6 timed finals, so I think we've had a reseed in here because we're meant to have 7. So, but we have got a full heat here with a few changes from what we've got on our sheets. But 400-metre individually timed final for our 12 to 14-year-old boys here.
It looks like they might have joined together a couple of the heats as well.
Yeah, so starting out is William
Some
Siddles.
nice start times there. Pure Snow out there, and very quick start.
Yeah, it was fast off the blocks. William Siddles is taking an early lead here, out by 3/4 of a body length as we come down this second lap here.
That's a beautiful, nice big stroke there. If he can keep this up, this is going to be a great heat for him, or time final.
Yeah, so he started the quickest there in a 31.29. A second was Miriam Pygazis in lane number 7, and turning third was Daniel Merenkoff. As we come down here as the third 50 ends, still William Siddles out in front on that far side. The other guys now starting to come up against near him.
It's funny, he's got one of those strokes that, well, this is a big call, but a little reminiscent of sometimes of Ian Thorpe with a little bit of a flick at the front there. But he must be pretty efficient under the water to keep up in front like that. That's a great pace, 107.
Yeah, he turns first there. In second, Daniel Mirakoff. In third is Wayu Deo. So he started to come through in that 50 metres, but it's still William Siddles on that far side who will turn first here.
It is tough. You really have to know your timing here in the 400. It's getting to a point where it's quick enough that you can go out hard, you need to hold it, but it is hard to hold on if you go out pretty quick at the start.
It is. He comes in a time of a 5:07, one of the slower entry times of this heat. So it's one to keep an eye on there. He turns in a 1:44.61. Second was Daniel Merenkoff still there, and in third was Owen Barnes, who came through on that lap. So we're going to see Daniel Merenkoff. He's starting to come through now. It's still going to be William Siddles who turns first here at the 1:75 mark, but Merenkoff is coming up alongside him. Now we're starting to see lanes 3 and 4 there as well. Owen Barnes and Wayu Deo come through on that lap.
I mean, this is the, we're heading into the 300 metre now, and this is the important one. I feel like Daniel is just winding up, to be honest.
See this one, yeah. Daniel now in front after that turn. I was going to say in front, but it's still William Siddles. William Siddles, but not much between those two. Coming through in lane number 3, Owen Barnes is now in third spot. Lanes 4 and 5 in Jordan Gallico and Wayu Deo starting to come through as well. But William Siddles now is being able to maintain that lead. They were catching on him, but he's staying out in front.
He is. I think it's going to be just that nice long length he's got underneath the water, and he's going to end great turns actually, which is a huge advantage in short course. If you've got a good turn, you can do anything. But just watch the feet go, Tara. I'm liking how Daniel's just picking that kick up. That's a nice 6-beat kick he's got going. Ooh, it's going to be a nice tight race at the end, I think. Oh, that was a big look up to see how far to go though from Daniel.
Yeah, which is not good when you've still got 100 metres to go. It's still William Siddles there leading the way. He came in with an entry time of 5:07.67. He's one of our 12-year-old athletes in this race. He'll turn first in a 3:36.48. Daniel Merenkoff still in second there. Wayu Deo in third.
Be interested to know if William actually has a background in shorter events, and I'd like to keep an eye on him for later on in the 200 perhaps. I think that he's done another big turn to look at how far to go to.
Yeah, and for a lot of these swimmers, wouldn't have done many 400 metres as an under 12. So
100%, yeah.
As that 12 to 14 age group.
You know, I always really struggled with 200 metres counting, and that's the worst because it's not long enough to get confused.
Oh, I was an average swimmer. I struggled with 100 metres there. So as we see, we get the bell there for the last 15 metres. William Siddles, who has led from start to finish, is still in front there. Daniel Merenkoff in a second. Weyu Deo in a third. So we're coming down here to the last 25 metres for our leaders. William Siddles is looking to hold on here, leading by 2 seconds.
That's an impressive swim. I love this. Now, you always miss some people sometimes, and coming in now, Owen Barnes has absolutely hammered it home in the last 50.
Yeah, it was a good finish there as we see William Siddles finishes in a 4:46.87. He came in at 5:07. That's 20 seconds quicker there. Owen Barnes comes storming home 4 seconds in a 4:49.11. Weyu Adeo in a 4:51. Flat, all three of them.
4:57, he went out in a 1:07, means he kind of had to negative split that swim actually, which is really impressive.
Yeah, and all three underneath that 5 minute improving on their times.
Yeah, we should be happy with that.
What's that?
It's so cute. It's so good. That is really good.
Yeah, literally.
Yeah, I'm just excited.
So lane 4, can we get lane Jackie? Heat number 2, timed final and number 2 of our 400 metre freestyle for our boys, 12 to 14-year-olds. We've had a really good fast heat there with a lot of personal bests in that one. Yeah. So we've got some good ones here. We've got a couple of internationals in this one as well.
Yes. It is interesting. We've got a time final. That is your only chance, really. So hard to get up and go in the morning.
It is first event of this one, and for many of these kids, obviously these are all 13-year-old boys here, haven't done many 400 metres, so it's a one way to really start the competition. And starting well here is William Teo out in lane number 8, so closest to us. Also lane number 2 on that far side, William Wallace got off to a really good start.
William Teo is from Overhome Swim Club, one to watch currently. So I can't tell where those flags are from, Tara.
I was going to say, both are swimming at Victorian clubs, so I'm not sure either, but we will see the term here for the first 50. It is William Teo in lane number 8, who turns first. William Wallace in second. James Bigler in third.
The 2 Williams are out in front. So always a faster start in the first 50, and then the second 50 you want to settle in. And they look like they have. William Wallace at 33 splits, both the Williams. That is going to be another fast time if they can keep this up.
It is. I think there was 36s on the second 50 last time. Yes. So some quick swimming here as we're going to see the 2 Williams lead the way here as we come down for the 150. William Wallace now in front ahead of William Teo. And with the freestyle and the 400, you're going to get different tactics. You're going to get some who go out quick and some come home strongly.
Absolutely. Look, it's too long a race, I think, to go out too fast. You really want to focus on the third 100. That's the championship quarter, as we call it. and hopefully hold it back. I was always a swimmer that liked to hold it back in the tank, so I appreciate those ones that go out fast because I was never brave enough to do that.
Well, we saw that in the first heat. William Siddles led from start to finish after going out strongly. It will be William Wallace who has now gone out to nearly a second lead over William Teo. The rest of the pack now coming into the wall. Turning in third is James Bigelow, but there is nearly a 9-second gap between him and William Wallace.
I'd have to say that's pretty hard to catch up, but it is short course, you never know. A really good turn, a really, really fast last 100. But these two Williams, they look very, very far ahead at the moment.
Yeah, William Wallace extending his lead here as we come down to the 250-metre mark here. He'll turn first in a 2:47.82. He's a second and a half now clear of William Teo. It is going to be James Bigelow still in third, but there is a lot of gap between those first two and the rest of the pack.
So even if they came home in a 3-minute 200, which is pretty reasonable, I think they will be faster than the heat before.
They all did come in with times underneath that 5-minute mark, so they were faster qualifiers than we did see in the previous heat here. As we're going to see the 300-metre mark here, it's going to be William Wallace turning in at 3:22.77. He is just under 2 seconds ahead of William Teo out in lane number 8, who turned in a 3:24.64. So those two extending their lead over the rest of the pack. Now turning in third is Darby Blackwell. So he has overtaken James Bigelow in that fight for third.
So I love Darby's stroke, actually. He's got a nice slow stroke, which it means there's always room for him to wind it up in the last 50. So I'll be keeping an eye on him for taking out that third place slightly ahead there in the third in front of the pack.
As our leaders are both on their final 50. That lead now out to 2.5 seconds with William Wallace leading this one. Seeing the stroke rate there increase for William Teo as he looks to close that gap. Now we're starting to see the rest turn for that final 50. Darby Blackwell is still in front there, but it is all William Wallace and William Teo. They took this one out strongly. And it is going to be William Wallace who will get the win for this one. He touches in a 4:29.17. William Teo in a 4:32.82. So William Wallace came in with a 4:56.
Yep.
He's now a 4:29. So that's another one of that 20 to 30 seconds improvement there.
Which is super impressive again early in the morning. And I've got to say, I do love lane 8 there, Edward. Lane 7, sorry. All by himself a little bit there, but absolutely picked it up in the last 50 to come on home. It is really tough when you're on those outside lanes and you can't see what's happening too.
And it was Darby Blackwell who did finish third in that one.
And they're turning them out very quickly here at MSAC this morning, and we're already into heat 4 of 6. Taking the lead right now is not anybody's games, actually. Very quick starts, a little slower than the last heat, actually. The time they're looking to beat is 4:29 as well.
Yeah, so this one again, as we said, we're meant to have 7-time finals. We've only got the 6 because they did reseed them, which we don't complain about. That we bunch them all up, and turning first after the first 50 was Johan in second was Daniel Hyatt. So it's this side of the pool that has started strongly.
I just really want to point out Hyatt's stroke there, really long stroke, very casual. Hopefully he'll pick that stroke rate up towards the end. Really deep underwater pull that push out there, but now coming in second.
Yeah, it seems like his turn was a little bit better than Johan in, so something to keep an eye on. We know how important the turns are, especially in this short course. It's going to be In who will turn first here in a 1:05.35. Matthew Dacey out in lane number 1 turns second, and then third was Daniel Hyatt.
As I mentioned before, Tara, it is really tricky when you've got like 10 lanes going to seeing actually what's happening over there. So you really have to swim your own race. back yourself, and I think that's exactly what turning in first now we have Johan in, who's backing himself, but sneaking up over the corner there, Matthew Darcy.
Yeah, Matthew Darcy looking strong on that far side. All these swimmers coming in with about 3 to 4 seconds time difference. That the late 440s, early 450s. So we have seen the swimmers in the first two heats really improve their times. So they'll be looking to have those sort of swims here as well. It is still Johan in who is leading the way here. Matthew Darcy in second. Daniel Hyatt in third. The three have been in front all of this race, and they've got a bit of a gap there. Lane number 3, though, starting to come through. Sorry, lane number 2, Hugo Gibson starting to come through as well.
It's a nice turn there. A little short under the, probably could do with a little bit more time underwater, but I see Johan is picking up now. It's tough as well. You've also got to remind yourself that there's other people in the heats and the heats after. When you're doing a time final, it's really a mental game.
Yes, so we'll see Johan in leading the way. He was the fastest seed in this timed final. He's looking strong on that far side. Matthew Darcy, he has come up alongside him and he's almost side by side, but Johan in finishing this lap strongly. Daniel Hyatt looking good, and Nicholas Collegius is also starting to come through in lane number 8. We're 250 metres down. Johan in is leading the way there. Matthew Darcy still in second and Daniel Hyatt in third.
Just looking at fastest seed in there, Thomas Johnson coming in there. He's got a very interesting stroke there. That's a lot of work. But he had the fastest seed time, so let's see what happens here.
As we see Matthew Darcy on that far side, almost up alongside Johan in only 0.4 of a second between the two there. Hyatt still in third, Nicholas Collegius in fourth, but we've got a battle on here between those first two. They've got the gap on the rest of the pack. As we come down to the wall here, it's still going to be Johan in first, but Darcy's staying with him.
He's still looking very calm out there, Johan, very calm. I still think there's room to go, but Matthew is making a comeback there. He'll be having him right in his eye. Where is he? Where is he? But just to bear in mind, the 4:29 was the time to beat before. I'm not sure they're going to go faster than the last heat.
As you see Johan in leading down here as he's about to come into the wall for the final time here. Matthew Darcy may actually be in front at the turn here, but Johan is the better swimmer underwater, so he has been able to get that lead back. Those two are coming down the pool. I think it's Darcy who is in front. It's going to go stroke for stroke.
He's really digging in there.
As we come down to the wall. Getting the touch there is Johan in a 4:39.19. Matthew Darcy second in a 4:39.39, and Daniel Hyatt second in a 4:42.23.
And it's a third there, and a really good swim from Daniel Hyatt. Absolutely picked up, and I think he'd be one to watch actually.
Heat 5 of 6 here, of our time finals. I keep saying heats, it's time finals for this first event here. It's for our 400-metre freestyle for our 12 to 14-year-old boys. And as we know, we are at the UNCLOUD Short Course Championships, and UNCLOUD Swimming Victoria and VIC Health's campaign is helping young people make informed choices about vaping. If you want to find out more, head to uncloud.org.
I sincerely hope none of these kids are vaping, because you need that lung capacity as a swimmer. It's really important.
Especially if you're doing a 400.
Wow. As you can see by the last 50 on some of these swimmers.
As we see Luca Yee touch first on that one.
That is a slightly faster split than the other ones on the 30 there. It's still going to be, you need to hold that pace though, but right out in front already, lane 4, Luca Yeo.
Yeah,
nice turn, looking very comfortable.
Yeah, came in with a seated time of 4:42.22. The only 14-year-old in this heat as well.
Okay.
So we know at this one, you do sort of start to see some of our young male swimmers grow, and we will see really good times for some of these ones that they'll take time off the clock. Others will not necessarily at this time, but we'll see in 2-3 years' time.
It is tough at 12 to 14. There's a big difference between the ages there, and it always used to be a bugbear of mine. To age, you wanted to be the higher end of the age group.
We see Luca Yeo touch first here in a 1:37.67 at the 1:50. Asa Daywood in second there, and third Hikai Kangkar in lane number 9.
Really interesting to see that most swimmers are breathing bilaterally. It's good they've settled into their style, but I used to not bilaterally, breathing to one side. We used to do a bit more bilateral breathing back in my day, but not for the 50s.
And what's the difference between breathing both sides or just breathing the one side?
I mean, you can great in this. If you're in the middle, you need to know where everybody else is, and you don't disrupt your rhythm. So you can do that. I feel like you've got a bit more lung capacity if you're able to do that as well. So it means that when you're doing the last 50 and 100, you can really just sit to one side, and you've got, basically I feel like got more tank in the air in the tank to bring it on home. So interesting.
As we see Luca Yeo leading the way there. Asa Daewoo has come through. Looks like he might have a narrow lead here as we touch at the 250. Our 2 leaders will go to the wall, and it is Daywood who has touched first. Luca Yeo in second, and then in lane number 9, still in third, is Heike Kangkar.
I'm just looking at Ian's style there. He's got a nice little sneaky breath under the arm, which we were taught to do as well. It's pretty hard to do, actually. And it is a bit more efficient.
Seen coming down here for the 300 metres. We've got our 2 leaders leading the way there. Asa Daywood in lane number 1 is still in front, only 0.21 ahead of Luca Yeo. We've still got Carr in lane number 9 in third, and Ethan Dennison in lane number 0 starting to come through as well.
I am liking, I know Asa turned first there, but I'm pretty sure it seems to be, and it's exactly what I was saying to you before, when they can see the other swimmer that's picking it up, when they can't, it slows down a little bit.
See, so Daywood been able to extend his lead a little bit here in that 50. Now he leads by half a second coming into the final 50 metres. Yeo in second, Carr in third, and still Dennison in fourth.
Yeah, Luca Yeo there. I thought so. He was looking pretty comfortable, and now he's picked up the speed, but he might have gone a little too early, so it's going to be a really close finish here.
Yeah, so it's lanes 1 and 4. Not much between them. As we see Yeo trying to come over the top here of Daywood. It's going to come down to the wall again. It's going to come down to the touch, and it's Daywood who gets it in a 4:34.80. Luca Yeo in a 4:34.87. And then in third spot here was Caleb Smith, who's come home really strongly in a 4:38.52.
Unfortunately, Ethan just couldn't quite hold on there over in lane 0.
So we've got our 6th time final of this morning in the 400-metre freestyle for our 12 and 14-year-old boys. We think there is a 7th one tonight with some of our faster qualifiers. So these swimmers looking to put in some good times.
Yeah, they'll need to. It's the arm managers obviously swim better in the evening, so it's a nice advantage to have a nice fast speed. It's quite a big difference to tonight's seed times as well. So they'll need to put in a really big effort here if they want to be in the top 3.
Yeah, as we see out to a flyer here in lane number 3 is Rupert Darwin, looking to try and beat a 4:29.17 that was set by William Wallace in our second of our heats here. As we see, it's been a very strong swim by him early on.
And we've got an empty lane there in lane 4, which can make a difference if you haven't got that person pushing you along, but I feel like Rupert doesn't care.
It is, and Lincoln Hall, someone we probably will see a lot of across this event, does do a lot of these different strokes, so we'll keep an eye on him for later on here.
Okay.
As we see, it is Rupert Darwin who is absolutely killing it here. In that first 50, he was leading by 2.5 seconds.
Absolutely. Is it sometimes, Tara, you do have to make the call on which events you want to do, and maybe Lincoln's decided that the 400 isn't for him this event.
See Darwin come down here to turn at the 150, turns in a 1:33.88. Turning in second spot, 4 seconds behind is Callum Wilson. Isaac Kelly in lane number 8 turns in third, but it is Darwin who is extending that lead out in front.
It's a nice smooth swim. He's going to have to push himself along. He is from... Rupert's from St. Kevin's. I hope there's a St. Kevin's coach pushing him along out there. If you've ever wondered whether the waving arms in the distance from the coaches is helpful, Tara, yes it is.
It is, along with the noises?
Yes, it is.
We will get them sometimes on the broadcast, the noises right beside us. Go, go, go.
Bayside Club camping in right next to us at the moment.
As we see Darwin turn there. As he comes down to the 250 metres, still ahead of Callum Wilson. Isaac Kelly looking strong in lane number 8 as well. Alisai Duzik in lane number 0 now had a really good 50 as well.
And I'm not sure why lane 2 Harrison Tiller is not popping up there. Seems to be an issue in that lane.
Be a touch pad issue there as we see. The lead out in front is, I was going to say, Rupert Darwin's touchpad didn't work on that one, so it's got that he's not first. He is clearly first in this race.
I'd really like to know what his split was on that one, but that's okay. He's, it's looking like it's a tough swim for second and third here. I like now, Tara, as I'm saying, I like to see who starts winding the arms up and who looks comfortable.
Yeah, as we see Rupert Darwin now come down here. He is in front. We've still got Isaac Kelly and Callum Wilson in second and third. Alisai Zishlik in lane number 0 looking strong as well. But we are going to see come down here Rupert Darwin. We've lost his time on the scoreboard, but he's going to come down here for his last 50 metres. He's got half a lap lead on Callum Wilson out in lane number 1. Isaac Kelly trying to stick with him.
Splitting in a 3:51. He'd need to come back in a 30 split, which is not impossible. Be very impressive if he does to make himself in the hunt for a position tonight.
Yeah, had a little bit of a look before he came down to the wall there, did Rupert. He is out in front.
Very comfortably out there.
Yeah, coming down for this final 15 metres. It's going to be the question whether he's going to be the fastest qualifier this morning. He is going to do it in a 4:25.21. In second spot is going to be Callum Wilson in a 4:31.46 and Isaac Kelly in a 4:32.90 in our last time final this morning.
Again, I'd be curious to know if Isaac Kelly is actually a 400-metre swimmer. Because that was a good job.
Yes, so we'll keep an eye on tonight here. It's going to be tough with all the swimmers in this last time final tonight, all with quicker times except for 2 or 3. So it will be a good competition tonight. I say this, but we've now got them on the scoreboard. We've got heat 7 of 6.
Okay. Well, here we go.
So we will find out.
Yeah, good. I'm excited.
So apologies, there will be no time final tonight.
Oh, no. Oh, no. So is it still the rule? This has been how long I've been away from it. Is it still the rule if you go early, you're out? Or do you get another shot?
We will find out here.
It looks like he's getting back up to go. No.
No, the official said, unfortunately.
That is tough because he would have been looking to absolutely... He was too keen.
Yeah, so Fraser Blair disqualified there. Tough way to start his competition.
Oh, absolutely heartbreaking, but I hope he just picks himself up and comes back stronger.
So we've got no lane 6 or 7. Oliver Seeley not swimming this one either.
So 4:24, the time to beat at the moment. Oh, and it's so much hard work for a 400 metre as well. So hopefully we'll see him again.
As you mentioned, 4:24. Looking at this one, Jack Hayes, Harry Calgeris have both got times well underneath that. Cooper Scott as well. So expect this one to be quick, and it's lane 4 and 5 there. Hayes and Calgeris, who have started this one strongly. 0.2 between them on the wall. Cooper Scott in third.
And no surprise that most of the swimmers in this one are in the 14-year age group as well. They've got really nice big strokes. Just see Tara, just wait till he does that turn. Sort of the streamline off the back of these swimmers, that nice V straight. They're sitting up on the water. These are going to be great swims to watch.
Looks like it is Calgeris who is better off the wall, but once they're up and stroking, Hayes is the one who's leading the way. Just 0.01 between them. Harry Calgeris touches first, Jack Hayes in second, Cooper Scott in third.
I wouldn't be surprised if these two fight each other all the time for these positions, and that they're well averse to each other's swimming styles.
It was Hayes who came in with a time of 4:11.54. Calgeris came in a 4:14.51. We've already seen his brother Nicholas in action in this event earlier on, so we now see Harry as we come down to the wall. It is still Harry leading here, 0.05, so still not much between these two. Out the front there in third, Cooper Scott, Thomas Poppin right on his shoulder.
So when you've got this two out front duel like there, again, really a mental game, and you just want to sit. Similar, I think, like Tour de France, you don't want to go until you know you've got it in the bank, right? So those two will probably sit right next to each other right until about the last 150 metres.
We come down at the wall. That lead extended a little bit there for Harry Calgeris in second, Jack Hayes, third, Cooper Scott. And we've got that battle between Scott and Thomas Poppin for third here. But out in front, it is our two leaders. Still, it's Harry narrowly in front.
And splitting in a 2-minute, 200 metres, it's looking like they keep this up. I think we're predicting, 4:15 is probably a fair.
Which around their entry times for these two. They would like to probably drop some time on that one. So it's a 2:31.65 for Harry, 2:31.90 there for Jack. Thomas Poppins now up into third. He had a quicker 50 than Cooper Scott on that one.
Yeah, nice battle for third place there as well. But you just really got it. When you've got people that are so far out in front of you, you've got to keep yourself in the game, in your own race.
As we're starting to see, it looks like Harry Calgeris trying to break away here. It's still fairly close, but starting to get a little bit more of a lead. As we see them touch there, it's out to 0.4, so that he has started to make his move.
Absolutely, and he's not able to shake Jack away at all. Scott's just hanging on his hip there.
As we see, they're coming down.
Great turn from Jack.
He came out of that wall, that looked like, in front. So it's stroke for stroke, and it's Jack who is leading the way as we come underneath the flags here for the final of 50. We're going to get the touch on the wall here. Harry touches first, but it is only 0.01 between the two of them.
And I honestly think it's going to be just slightly longer arms on Harry's aim, which, trust me, that comes in handy.
As we see them touch here at the wall, there is nothing between these two out in front. It's going to come down to the touch here. Harry looks like he is trailing on this one. Jack's narrowly ahead. Harry's coming back at him. It's going to come down to the touch here, and touching in a 4:04.30 is Jack Hayes. In second is Harry Kilgris in a 4:04.64. Thomas Coppin finishes in third in a 4:11.23.
That's amazing, actually. They split that last one in a 29.76, which I think was a negative split. It means these boys went out in a 2-minute and came back in a 2:04. Those are some great times.
It is. So if four-time finals, that will be our gold medalist there. Absolutely. Jack Hayes starts that one, so they'll be our 3 medalists with our fastest 3 swimmers. We now turn our attention here to the 100-metre backstroke for our men's 17 to 18-year-olds. We have got 3 heats this morning. Looking in this one here, starting strongly. It is in the middle of the pool there, lane number 4. One of our visitors, Zhang.
I'm pretty sure I saw Zhang warming up, actually. Noticed he's got a nice high stroke. Great underwater work. Where is he? It's just come up now. Wow. He was only 14. He was nearly close to that cutoff mark for being underwater too long.
See Zhang here turn to come down to the wall for it. Lovely underwater again there, as you were pointing out on that previous one. Blake Hughes in second, as we're going to see it coming down to the wall here in a 56.41 is Yinuk Zhang in second, Blake Hughes in a 58.42, and third, Thomas Costello in a 1:40.
So 56, not a bad time. 53, the record winner last year.
Yeah, 56, slightly outside his qualifying time, but still got to swim tonight with that.
Finals pre-show, that's what's in my head, what it's called. But yes.
And we're here at Heat 2 for the 100-metre backstroke. Now, very quick start there from all the swimmers. And heading out in first place, quick turn, Lewis G. Seems to be a little bit of an issue with the touch pads though.
Yes, we've got no Eli Billman there in lane number 4, but not much between the swimmers in the middle of the pool here. Coming down at the halfway mark, it is Lewis G touching in a 27.72. Oliver Nemster in second and Shang Ho Jin in third. It's still those three down the middle of the pool here as we come down for the final 25 metres.
I do forget how quick the 100 backstroke has got, and I read the underwater work is so important in the short course. And looking at that, lane 3 popping back up, Shang Hao.
Going to come down to the touch on the wall here, and touching first there is Oliver Nemstay, in second Lewis G, and third Sheng Ho Jin. Only 0.3 between the three of them.
Absolutely. This is going to be a great heat final tonight.
In the water for our third and final heat here of the 100-metre backstroke for our men's 17 and 18-year-olds, and it's lane number 5 who has come out flying in this one.
Yeah, nice big underwater work again there. Wow. Okay, didn't see that one pop up in lane 5. Was underwater so long. Lemuel. Impressive.
Yeah, and with that turns first as we see a little bit more of this underwater work here. Almost half a lap he's underwater is how far he is getting with that one. But coming up alongside him is Zayden Burton. Kind on power trying to go with them as well here. But it is Lamal Janasar in first.
Oh, nice work there from lane number 4 as well, coming back, Zayden. But I think it's going to be Lemuel out in front. He's had this race the whole way.
Yeah, the underwater work is the key there, and he touches in a 57.64. Zayden Burton second in a 57.96, and Kynan Power in a 58.52. So slightly quicker than the previous heat, but slower than the first heat. So
interesting.
Most of those top swimmers will make the finals tonight, but it has been an even start there.
Okay. We're now into the first of 2 heats for the 100 metres backstroke 16-year-old males. So they will have to go hard. Good chance of getting into the final though. Nice quick starts. Turning first right now. It looks to be very even. I can't call that one, Tara.
I was going to say, yeah, I thought lane number 5 there, Ben Merrilees, was good off the wall, but a lot of those other swimmers have come through. There's not much between the first 4 as we turn at the halfway mark. It's Joaquin Lee Kaiser in first, Liam Paulson in second, Ben Merrilees in third. As we're going to see come up here, not much still between lanes 3 and 4 at the wall here.
0.02, so that's nothing really. But a nice quick turn out there, and I think this is just a slight advantage going to lane number 3. That'll be Joaquin.
It was Joaquin looked like that. I think Liam Paulson's going to come over the top though, and it is going to be Liam Paulson who touches first in a 57.66. Joaquin in second in a 57.99, and Angus Yole in a 58.67.
Huge PB for Joaquin there, about 3 seconds.
In the water for our second heat here, and if you are at MSAC, make sure you check out the Funky Trunks and Funnica, who are proud sponsors of Swimming Victoria for the last 9 years. They've got a pop-up shop out the front, or you can jump online to see some of their gear. As we're quickly underway in this one as we come down the back of this first 50. It's lane number 4 there, Oliver Callio, who is leading the way. He'll touch first. Second in is Sam Hartley beside him, and third is Daniel Vizinci.
We're just constantly seeing that underwater work coming up being so important here. It would be different in long distance and in a 50-metre pool, but so important here in the 25-metre swims.
Yeah, it's lane 4 and 5 as we come down this back 25 metres. Still Oliver Callio leading the way. Trying to go with him is Sam Hartley. Also in lane number 2 there, Daniel Vizinci, but it is in this one Oliver Callio in a 56.15. Sam Hartley a second, and Jack Trianidis comes home strongly to claim third.
We're into heat number 1 of the Turner Freestyle. We just had a fall in there, but I think they've said stand down, so they should be able to give another go to the swimmer. Yeah.
That one, yeah.
sometimes what it is, if you are wobbling as well, they can pull you up. .200 freestyle, a love-hate relationship with this event for myself, Tara. One of my greatest and most terrible swims. So Lachlan Harris, a nice fast start out there. Turning at about a 13. It's a nice quick start. It looks like lane 4, Lev Dushlik, is out in front.
Yeah, I think we've already seen his brother swim earlier this morning, so he's now in the pool out here with a 25.98. Half a second lead in that first 50 metres from, I was going to say it was Edward Pollard who touched first on that one, sorry. Daniel Collins in second.
But Tara, keep an eye on Aiden Tang here in lane 8. What a stroke. Really nice and powerful, very cruisy. I think he's in the mix here. Yeah,
Edward Pollard extending his lead half a body length as he comes up to the wall there at the 100. Touches in a 54.92, exactly a second there ahead of Daniel Collins. Third, as you mentioned, coming through Aiden Tang in lane number 8.
It's tough when you've only got the 3 events as well, the 3 heats as well. It's do you hold yourself back a little bit, make the final. But I think everyone's coming out pretty hard this morning, so I wouldn't be holding back much.
I'm looking at this. I think there's 8 swimmers who come in with a seated time underneath that 2 minutes, so it's looking like you might have to go underneath 2 minutes to make this final. As we come down to the 150, Edward Pollard touches first, Daniel Collins in second, Andrew Spencer came through in that 52 touch in third spot, but it's nearly 2 seconds between first and second.
Yeah, as you mentioned there, Lev has a seated time of under 2 minutes. You'd probably be wanting to do that today. 2 minutes would be probably the slowest, I think, to make it through the final. As
we see Edward Pollard here leading from start to finish. He's extended this lead down the back 50 metres. He's going to touch first here in a 1:55 flat. So he's a second and a bit ahead of his qualifying time. So that was a good swim from him. He ends up winning by 3 seconds from Daniel Collins. Andrew Spencer touches in third.
And that looked like a really comfortable swim as well. Well, now we're in heat 2 of the 200 metres freestyle. A really quick pop-up there by fastest seated swimmer Kepler. And let's see if he can hold on here, but it's all pretty even at the front right now.
Yeah, as we saw in that first heat, I think there was 5 or 6 going underneath that 2 minutes, so you're definitely going to have to go underneath 2 minutes if you want to make that final. As we see, we come down to the 50. Kepler Schneiders touches first, Hamish Darvin in second, Callum Otto in third, but not much between the first 4.
They're all sitting pretty comfortably out there. I think it's going to have to be a really fast second 100 here.
As we see, it's the middle 2 lanes starting to break away here. Kepler Schneiders in first, Hamish Darvin trying to go with him, but that body, it's gone out to half a body length, 3/4 of a body length as we come down to the halfway mark. So 55.20 for Schneiders. Darvin in second in a 55.80, and then third has blown out a little bit Callum Otto, but it is those front 2 breaking away.
I was going to say that Hamish looks a little less comfortable than Kepler right now, but he's really making the effort. Big kicks. If he can hold on for another 50 metres, we'll see how this plays out.
Yeah, about a 1.5 second difference between the qualifying times for these 2 swimmers. But Kepler Schneiders touches first in a 1:24.93. Got about a half a second lead on Hamish Darvin. Callum Otto still in third, but it is all about these first 2 with Darvin trying to stick with Schneiders.
Yeah, they're definitely going to come in under the 2 minute mark, so we're looking that they will make the final, and maybe that's the decision that Hamish made. I'll pull back a little bit, I'm going to make that final.
Whereas we're going to come down to the wall here, it's going to be the fastest qualifier so far here for Kepler Schneiders. Touches in a 1:54.85. Second is Hamish Darvin in a 1:56.36. Third is Callum Otto in a 1:59.51. So in this one, we've got 4 swimmers underneath the 2 minutes. I think we had a couple more in that first one. So it is going to be a battle here with this one, but Kepler Schneider's our fastest qualifier so far.
And heat 3, our final heat here for the 200 freestyle men's 15-15 there. Pretty even start from everybody. Going out now, looks like a split of 12 seconds. That's a pretty quick start. Again, can't tell who's in front again, Tara.
I was going to say, it's going to be lane number 4 there, Yexin Jayon with that one. He's going to touch first here in a 26.59. He's ahead of Michael Fan, and then third is Benjamin Shang. But it is all lane number 4 here as we come down to the 75-metre mark.
A nice clear lead now, lane 4. Something I want to point out as well, Tara, in the last heat, about half the kids negatively split their last 50, which is really impressive, but maybe a little tactic change there as well. If you've got that much left in the tank in the last 50, you've got to go out a bit harder.
Yeah, and as we said, going into this one, you're going to have to get under 2 minutes to make the final. That's definite with, I think there's 8 or 9 swimmers already underneath that mark from the first 2 heats, so it has been some fast swimming, but it is all lane number 4 in this one. Exin Jayan is leading the way here.
Exin from Ngunnawal Club as well. Beautiful stroke, very casual. Let's see if what you can come back in as well. And a nice little tussle there for second place between Michael and Benjamin.
Yeah, so touches in a 1:26.26. So for him, he's going to have to go underneath that 30 seconds for the last 50 if he is to be the fastest qualifier. He will take this one out. There's now a battle for second between Benjamin Shang and Michael Fang on either side of him. But it is going to be lane number 4 who is going to take this out, having led the whole way. Looks like he's just pacing it into the wall, knowing that he is going to qualify for the final in a 1:56.82. Benjamin Shang second in a 1:59.55. And Angus Goodison third in a 2:40. So the slowest of our 3 heats this morning. Maybe only one will go through to the final.
Correct. And the heats just keep coming here this morning. We've now moved on to the 100 metres breaststroke, 14-year-old boys as well. Breaststroke, again, another love-hate relationship here. It's such a wild mix of styles when it comes to breaststroke.
Yeah, I sucked at breaststroke. I had no leg strength, so I used to go backwards when they used to make me kick with the kickboard doing breaststroke legs. So we'll forget about my swimming achievements and focus on the pool here. And it's Ethan Carr who turns first in this one. Raymond Grave in second. And Lachlan Bull, who withdrew from an event earlier this morning, is in the water in this one.
Interesting. I think maybe focus the 100 breaststroke here. He's got nice underwater work, so let's see how he goes that one.
Yeah, not much between the first 3 here as we come down to the 75 metres here. Lane number 5 leading the way there is Ethan Carr. The 2 beside him are trying to stick with him. Also in lane number 2 there, Henry Garland trying to come up strong beside him as we come down to the wall. Getting the touch was Raymond Grave. In second was Lachlan Bull, and third Ethan Carr. Was only a 0.144 between the 3 of them.
There's a big difference between 400 metres freestyle and 100 metres breaststroke. I appreciate that, Lachlan. Heat 2 now already for the 100 metres breaststroke men's, 14 years of age. it's looking pretty even across the board for starts this morning, around the 0.6, 0.5, very fast from Jaden Tran in lane 5. Has that converted. He's still sitting there in the top 4. Very close.
Yeah, it looks like Peter Kim leading the way there in lane number 4, the swimmer from Surrey Park. Out by more than a body length at the halfway mark in a 31.44. Second, Jaden Trang in a 33.29. And third, Owen Frawley in a 33.59. But it's Peter Kim who is extending his lead here. Came in a time of a 1:07. We saw a 1:09 in that first heat, so he can swim quicker than that.
Oh, just looks so comfortable out there. All right, so we're looking, who are we looking at for second place? They're very close, but just pulling away now, Jaden Tran. First place in 1:07, Peter Kim, with a nice 3-second lead on the rest of the field.
Yeah, Jaden Tran in second in a 1:10.71, and third was Christopher Zhu in a 1:11.97. Slightly quicker than his qualifying time was Peter Kim. So at the moment, he will go in favourite tonight, but we've still got 2 more heats.
Heat number 3 of 4 for the 100 metres breaststroke 14-year-olds men. We do have all swimmers have lined up for this one.
Yeah, Noah Tucker starting well in lane number 4, comes in with a time of 1:08.07, so no surprise to see him leading the way early. Peter Tran in next to him in lane 5, also having a good swim early on.
It's pretty tough. You're pretty much having to do your at least fast in your qualifying time to make finals this morning. So everyone's had their weak bits this morning.
Yes, as we see at the halfway mark, Noah Tucker in a 30.51, more than a second clear of Peter Tran. In third, Alistair Ho, but it is all Noah Tucker in this one. In the previous heat, the winning time was a 1:07.03, so he'll be looking to go close to that one to try and secure a lane in the middle of the pool tonight here.
This is a good swim, and if you're enjoying yourself here, don't forget to check out Swim Merch, our official merchandise partner. Drop into their pop-up shop upstairs.
As we see Noah Tucker in a 1:05.04. Sensational swim there. Second was Peter Tran in a 1:08.06. Alistair Ho third in a 1:10.29. The record in this one is a 1:04.28 from Australian Olympian William Petrick. That's one to watch tonight with Noah Tucker just a second outside of that.
And I'd say Jaden Tran still has something in the tank as well. Heat number 4, last final heat for the 100 metre breaststroke for men's 14. A fair few missing out of this one, which is interesting for a final heat. So they're going to have to do it themselves, push themselves along. It is a little bit slower as well.
Yeah, looks like we've had all our seeded heats here. So for these swimmers, they need to swim some really good times if they were to break into that top 10. As we look at this one here, coming down the pool is lane number 4, Charlie Tickle. He's going to narrowly get the touch there. Benjamin D'Souza next to him is looking strong. Sam Wang in lane number 7, touch third.
Great turn from Sam Wang, who's put himself in front there.
As we see, coming down here, not much between 5 swimmers in this race here. As we come down lane number 3 there, Benjamin D'Souza leading the way. But a really good turn there from Nathan Tarr in lane number 5.
This is a nice little race there between very, very tidy swimmers here. Tidy swimming strokes.
We see it's going to come down to the touch in this final heat here. Getting the touch there is Joshua New, who came home strongly in a 1:17.68. Second one was Benjamin D'Souza in a 1:17.78, and Charlie Tickle touches third, but we've got no time for Nathan Tarr, so touchpad didn't quite work there, and Nathan Tarr was definitely up there, so we don't know what his final time was in that one, but make sure you check out online to find that out.
Oh, unfortunately. 200 metres medley begins this morning with 13-year-olds, 3 heats. A little bit of a false start there because a little confusion with the other pool down the other end. If you're not familiar with medley, it's 50 metres of each stroke, butterfly, backstroke, breaststroke, freestyle, and this is fun because it changes the leadership all the way through.
It is, and we always talk about the breaststroke leg being the one that determines a lot of these races.
But it's that championship quarter, Tara.
It is, as we see in leading the way is Lucas Du, Aaron Liu in second, and Sean Gill in third. After the butterfly here, looking strong in this backstroke is Lucas Du.
I can tell you the frustration of being a not good breaststroker and then a breaststroker when you're out that lead and get taken down on the freestyle. It is a painful event of medleys.
As we see them come down to the second lap of this backstroke. It is lane number 4 there. Danielle Mancini leading the way. Trying to stick with him is Lucas Du. It's going to be Du who's going to get the touch first here to lead at the halfway mark. Narrowly ahead of Danielle Mancini. In third spot is Aaron Liu.
It looks like Aaron Liu is a breaststroker, so I think he'll look to strengthen that lead. The turns are also so important here. That backstroke to breaststroke turn can make or break an event as well.
Yeah, as we see in this one, Mancini has extended his lead in the breaststroke. Not much between second and third there in Liu and Du. But it is Mancini who has really broken this race open with this breaststroke leg. Starting to come through over in lane number 2 as well is Emmanuel Commerling with a really good breaststroke leg, but it is all Mancini.
And very comfortable in the freestyle, so I expect that probably this will be faster than the qualifying time, if not a PB.
As we see coming into the wall for the last 50 metres, the last 25 metres here, it is Mancini who will take this one out. In second is Aaron Liu, who has broken away from Lucas Du. As we come underneath the flags here, it will be Danielle Mancini who touches first in a 2:19.09, so narrowly underneath his seeded time there. Second is Aaron Liu, and third is William Wallace, who's come home strongly in a 2:26.13.
Heat number 2 here of the 200 individual medley for 13-year-old boys. Out with the butterfly. You want to be nice and calm when you're doing your butterfly leg here as well. So touching in first, I believe it is Billy Main in lane 5. What a beautiful stroke he's got in the butterfly.
Yeah, Billy Main's come out strongly, and just keep an eye on, we've got Yona in who won his heat of the 400 freestyle before, so we're going to have a couple of strong freestylers come home late in this one, but after the first 50, Billy Main in second. Second was Thomas Grasso, Elijah Lamont in third as well.
It is tough when you're a distance swimmer and you're good at it because you're pretty much doing a lot of events and a lot of meters.
As we see coming down here, it is still Billy Main leading the way. Thomas Grasso in second spot. Trying to go with him is Elijah Lamont. And then in lane number 3, Leonardo Hernandez also having a good backstroke leg. As we've seen Lamont come up into second. It is going to be Billy Main leading the way here though at the halfway mark. Thomas Grasso now slips back to third as we've got this breaststroke leg we saw last time in the last heat. It really decided this one. Looks like these two swimmers are now starting to come up alongside Billy Main.
I think I can see exactly what Thomas's best stroke is. I think it's breaststroke.
I was going to say Elijah's as well has started well in this one to now be side by side with Billy Main. And we saw Elijah in the 400 metres freestyle earlier on. Thomas Grasso now coming up alongside Main as well.
I think Johan's a little far back now to make a big difference in a 50-metre freestyle, but we'll still remain to be seen.
Yes, Elijah Lamont turns that race on its head there. He now leads by nearly 2 seconds after sitting third early on as he comes into the freestyle.
He's just going to hold on here because the other two are actually stronger in the freestyle leg. It looks like they're going to catch them already on the 25.
As we see, it's Lamont leading the way here. Not much between second and third between Main and Grasso. They're coming home strongly. Looks like Lamont, though, in cruise control out the front there. Looks like there's no urgency. Grasso coming home strongly as well here. It's going to be Lamont who takes this one out in a 2:20.63. In third spot there was Billy Main with Thomas Grasso in second. So just slightly slower than that previous heat, but not much between those swimmers as well.
So this final heat's going to have to really work hard to make it through.
Now got our third and final heat here of the 200-metre medley for our 13-year-old boys. Seen some good swims so far, and touching early on this one is Yi Yang. Also getting a good start there in lane number 2 is Jason Wang.
Interesting style there from Yi. It's quite high off the length, but it works. He's going to touch him first, I think.
Yeah,
very close.
Narrowly there ahead of Jason Wang. Touching in third was 2 in lane number 5, who had a really good turn and is now leading the way as we come down the first lap of this backstroke leg. The middle 2 lanes now fighting it out. Yang, though, responds and turns halfway through the backstroke.
Keeping an eye here on another repeat there, Daniel Hyatt. I'm pretty sure swam the 400 freestyle as well.
I think he finished top 3 in his heat behind Johan in. So we're seeing a number of swimmers start to back up here as we turn for the halfway mark. Yi Yang first in a 1:05.56, 3.5 seconds there, clear of Jason Wang with 2 in lane number 5 in third.
Great underwater work there from Daniel Hyatt, actually. But yes, you're correct. Yang Yi quite in front here and will be tough to break, but freestyle leg, always important.
And expect Daniel Hyatt to come home strongly, knowing what he did in the freestyle earlier on. But it is still Yi Yang leading this one. 2 is now in second spot, so he's had a good breaststroke leg. Also looking good on that far side now is Gary Wang in lane number 1, but Yi Yang will turn first here for the last 50, turns in a 1:49.43. 3.5 seconds clear of his swimmer next to him, 2, and then Gary Wang up into third.
I was going to assume that they might be related, but they are not. There are some brothers, and swimming is very much a family sport, so you do often see the names repeated.
It is. We've seen a couple already of those familiar names here. Yi Yang is going to take out this third and final heat here. It's going to be a little bit slower than the first 2 heats. He touches in a 2:22.88. Touching in second was 2 in a 2:26.35, and Gary Wang third in a 2:28.58.
And I'm not sure, Tara, that 2:28 will be quick enough to make the final. And we are heat 1 of 3 for the 200 medley for 12-year-olds here. It's impressive that as a 12-year-old I would try and get away from doing these ones, but you can't.
And we're seeing some swimmers starting to double up again here in this one. Looking strongly in lane number 6 is Hayo, who now starting to come through in 4 is Adeo, one of those swimmers who did swim in the 400 before.
He looks very comfortable out in front there, in fact. Very comfortable.
Yeah, it is Wayu Adeo who touched first, Otto Piper in second, and Piper now coming up alongside Deo as we come into this backstroke. It's those middle 2 lanes that have broken away from the rest of the pack.
It's tricky. It's a little harder. I think you've got 12 and 14-year-olds together. We're in the 400 freestyle. I appreciate sometimes there's not the numbers for that. And then splitting them now for the medley does make it a little bit easier, I think, a little bit fairer. Just even looking at the strength between the 12-year-olds and 14-year-olds.
And look, sometimes you will get multiple medals on the age groups for some of those races. As we'll see, Otter Piper, leading the way here as we're going down the breaststroke leg. Looks like extending his lead there over Adeo next to him. Hayo in lane number 6 did turn third, but Daniel Zheng starting to come through in the breaststroke.
Interesting to see who might come up third here. A little race for third here between our lane 6 and 7, Daniel and Jinping. See, Daniel a little bit stronger on the breaststroke there. Actually made quite a gain on the 2 front leaders.
Piper turns first here, but we know Deo is a decent freestyler, having already seen him this morning. But it is Piper who breaks this race open at the start of the freestyle leg. He's been able to extend his lead as he comes down to the touch for the final 25 metres. It is our front 2 who are leading the way, but it was a really good turn there from Deo. Now putting the pressure back on as we come down this last 25 metres. But it is Otter Piper leading the way. He's going to touch first in this one. He's going to touch in a time of... Well, we've got no times at either of our swimmers.
Would have been about a 1... No, it stopped already. Okay.
Yeah, so none of our...
1:55.
We've got a timing issue, but it was...
It seems a little quick.
It was Otter Piper who touched first, ahead of Wayu Dio in second spot. So we can't give you the times.
No, unfortunately
because we don't have the times.
There might be a little bit of a pause here, Tara. I will say, correct 400, they will probably give out age groups medals for that time finals as well.
We've got a little bit of technical difficulties. Mattioli, Swimming Victoria's Aqua Facility Maintenance Partner of over 50 years of experience building and upgrading pools.
Nice little close-up there of Wei. We might be a little bit tired from the 400 earlier today. Heat 2 in the 200 metres individual medley for 12-year-old men. And I believe it was Austin Yang and Lark Vitelli who went out fastest there, and they will both come up pretty even.
Yeah, George Zheng leading the way here. Austin Yan as well, looking good in those middle 2 lanes. Trying to stick with them is Lark Privatelli. We don't have the times of that previous heat, unfortunately. If we do get them, we will let you know here. But our timing seems to be back up here with George Zheng touching first in a 30.94, half a second clear there of Austin Young.
I actually really like George's style. It looks very comfortable out there, both in the butterfly and the backstroke. So the all-important breaststroke to come next.
See, it's those middle 2 lanes leading the way. Lark Privatelli in third. The 3 of them have got a gap on the rest of the pack here. As we see, trying to come up alongside George, there is Austin. It's going to come down to the touch here, who is leading at the halfway mark. And getting that was George. Lark Privatelli had a really good last little bit as George Zeng went underneath the lane rope. So unfortunately,
that will be a disqualification.
I think it'll be disqualification for his turn. Didn't quite get what he was after. So Austin Yarn now in front, Lark Privatelli in second. I was just about to point out to you, Tara, like when you're doing the backstroke and how confused you sometimes can be if it's where you are. That's so disappointing because he was starting to be my favourite swimmer out there. Yeah, as we see Austin Yarn leading the way here from Lark Privatelli. It is George Zeng in third as we come down to the 150. It's a 1:58.1 for Austin. Second clear of Lark Privatelli, and then George Zeng in third. But it is all Austin in this back part of this race. He has been able to open up a body length lead there over Privatelli as they come into the wall for the final 25.
I'd have to argue that if George hadn't had that little bit of a mishap there, I think he might be right up there, but I think it's definitely thrown him.
Yeah, unfortunately for him, but we are going to see Austin Yarn touch first here in a 2:24.41. In second was Lark Privatelli in a 2:27. And then third was George Zeng, but unfortunately we expect to be disqualified for going underneath the lane rope.
That's a shame. That's a shame. And heat number 3 here for the 12-year-old boys, 200 metres individual medley. Slightly smaller field this time, with no one in zeros, 8 and 9.
Yeah, as we see in this one, starting well was there Harvey Hiang, who is the quickest swimmer in this one by 4 seconds, so expect him to be the favourite. Also looking good is Jacob Liu next to him.
As we go into the backstroke leg there. Jacob Liu with a little bit of a lead, but nice quick strokes from Ethan Ma, and he is quickly taking the lead now.
Yeah, it's been a really good swim in lane number 3 as well. Henry Arnott looking to look strongly there. He, I think, narrowly had a lead there over Jacob Liu.
Correct.
Also, Ethan Ma was trying to go with them as well. So it is a real battle in the middle of the pool here. Lane number 4, though, Harvey Hang is a fair bit back, but it's going to be Henry Arnott from Traralgon leading the way in this one.
Interesting there. So many years ago, they changed the style of the backstroke to breaststroke turn, and I've just seen an old school turn there from lane 2. Warms my heart, Carl.
As we see now coming down this one as halfway for the breaststroke. We always talk about this breaststroke leg being the one that will define this race. Lane number 2 there, Ka Tran has really come through in this one. He's up alongside Henry Arnott as we come down the pool, but it is Tran now leading the way.
You just fix those turns, Tran. Let's see how far you can go.
As we come down here for the last 50, it's Tran leading the way from Arnott. Touching in third is Harvey Hung in this one, but it is now a battle in those far lanes on that side, and Ka Tran further extending his lead.
It's tricky, Tara, when you've got less swimmers. You do have sort of the breakaway swimmers, but Ka Tran is well ahead of his qualifying time and very comfortably ahead at the moment. Not too far behind. It's a tussle-up for the second and third between Henry and Harvey. Tran will take first place in a 2:32. And then Harvey Huang, 2:33, Jacob Liu, 2:37 in third place. Quite a big difference.
Yeah, a fair bit slower than the previous heat. We don't know the time from the first heat, so we'll have to wait and see who does qualify for this final tonight.
First heat here for the male 17 to 18-year-old 200 metres butterfly. One of the toughest events that you can do.
Yes, it is a tough one. We've got the 2 heats in this one, and a few of these names that we will see across the week competing in a number of events. And starting well there in lane number 4 is Adam Alfney, who has looked really strong, out by a body length already after this first 50.
200 butterfly is all about being really comfortable, making sure you've got it in the tank as well. So we'll see. But Adam looking very, very comfortable at the front there.
Yeah, he has swam strongly in this one. Fairly even across the pool between the rest of the swimmers, but Adam Alfney leading the way here. He's looking to build on this one. Came in with a time of a 2:01.49, nearly 3.5 seconds quicker than the next best. So not surprising to see him coming out like this.
It'll be a matter of just racing his own race here and keeping it all together, following the game plan that him and his coach have probably set out. You're at that age, 17 to 18, you start to sort of, you're probably doing the open events as well, so it starts to become quite important at this age.
It does, as we see Adam Alfney looking to come down here to claim this first heat. It'll be interesting what time he does put into this one. It is going to come into a 1:30.19 with 50 metres to go. Came in with a 2:01.49.
So I would say, depending on how he goes this morning, the aim probably, because he's looking so comfortable out there, the aim probably is to maybe look to go under the 2 minutes. I'm not sure of his PB, but if he hasn't cracked that yet, that would be a nice goal to get tonight.
Yeah, that would be a big time if he could get that one. Might struggle to make it now as he comes down for this last bit of this lap. He comes underneath the flags. He is going to finish in a 2:03.26, so just outside his seeded time. In second was Harry Coomber, and in third spot was Riley Hutchins.
Yeah, no one really to push him along there, unfortunately, but good swim. Heat 2 here for the 200 metres butterfly, male 17, again, Adam Alfney out there. So 2:03 the time to beat this morning, but plenty of opportunities to qualify.
Yeah.
Eli Billman right out the front there in lane 4, again looking pretty comfortable.
Yeah, no surprise to see Billman out in front in this one. He touched trial in a 26.78. Matthew Moran in second, Mellistott in third. That lead continues to extend for Eli Billman. Came in with a qualifying time of a 2:05.02. he'd be looking to push that total, push that time to try and put the pressure on Alfney, who looked a little bit comfortable in his swim in that first heat here.
I would have liked to see how he got out of the pool then, because it's have you got more to give for the evening session? I'm debatable. You think he does? I'm not sure.
As we see, Billman touching a 58.44. Matthew Moran second in a 59.84. And then a big gap out there to Miller Stott in third. So it's the first two who have broken away. But it is all Eli Billman here. But Matthew Moran trying to stick with him.
Yeah, having a great swim, Matthew Moran there. This is going to be a good time, I think, for him.
Yes, that gap seems to have closed a little bit. Moran coming in with a 2:11.13 qualifying time, so he'd be looking to beat that to try and make sure that he's guaranteed a spot in tonight's final with a good lane. As we see at the 150, it's nearly 3 seconds lead out here to Billman. Moran in second and still a Miller Stott in third.
Tara, when I tell you this is my least favourite event, I'm not lying. This was our punishment training on a Saturday morning. So anyone who does a turn of butterfly, I have full respect for.
For those who weren't here, you are a former New Zealand national swimmer, more known for your freestyle, a little bit of butterfly as well. So we see Billman touching a 2:04.90. So he did beat his qualifying time. We see Matthew Moran second in a 2:07.78, and Brody Cargill comes home strong in a 2:12.97. Now in the water for our first of our 50 metres of the morning, we've got our freestyle for our 16-year-old boys, and off to a fire in lane number 4 was Leo Dong. He turns first, had a really good turn, leading by more than half a body length as we come down this second 50. He's been able to extend this lead, and he's going to take this one out easily in a time of 22:68. In second there was Samuel Polsey in 23:80, and third was Harvey Lee.
Heat 2 here for the 50 metres freestyle. It's very quick this morning, and it's going to have to be pretty quick to beat that fastest heat just then. Out in front, first fastest dive, Kaiser Kojima. And it looks like, very hard to tell at the moment now, but just with a slight leave, it looks like it's lane 5, William Goldstraw to the touch. William Goldstraw, 23.82. Second place, Jacob Riches, 23.99. And just outside 23 mark, it was, I missed it. Thank you. Kaiser Kojima.
Now in the water for our third of 4 heats for the 50 free. This one, it's been an even start across the pool here. Lane number 5 looking strong there, Benjamin King. Not much between them. As we see in 6th spot, Noah Chapel. As we come down here, it is even across the pool. It is going to come down to the touch. Looks like it's lane 5 and 6 leading the way in this one. And getting the touch was Noah Chapel. In second was Benjamin King, and third was lane number 4 there. So it was a nice time of 23.85, a little bit slower than the last 2 heats, but a good swim there by Noah Chappell and Benjamin King.
And the 4th and final heat for the men 16-year-old 50-metre freestyle. Great start there from lane 7, Zachary. We're going to the turn. Fastest time to beat in this heat, 25.70. Let's see what they can do this morning. Coming out of the turn, it's all pretty even. I think slightly number 5 ahead, Joaquin. Joaquin was seen earlier today. But Zachary giving it a good spin there. Coming into second. So first, Joaquin Kaiser-Leal. Second, Zachary Polwick. And in third place, they're quick to turn it around here. Sorry, Cody Stead in second place, Zachary Polwick in third. Heat number 1 of the men's 200-metre medley, 15-year-olds. As we've been saying, Tara, it's all the all-elusive breaststroke. But we should be keeping an eye on Ismail, who comes in the fastest seated time, 2:08. It's a wee way off the age time, 2:01, and all-comer time, 1:59.
Yeah, it's like Ismail. We will see in a number of events a very strong freestyler as well, as we see turn in here at the 50. It is Ismail who does lead the way. Aiden Tang in second and Broderick Coyne in third. But it is all Isaac Ismail who has taken a very substantial lead here as we come down the backstroke. He turns first. In second is Aiden Tang. And then lanes 5 and 6 are looking strong as well.
Almost didn't see Ismail, I say Isaac there because he's got such great underwater work in the backstroke. Let's see how his breaststroke is. I expect a long pull out underneath there, taking advantage of that. And I am correct, he's going to go to the halfway almost with the breaststroke pull out. Amazing.
Yeah, as we see Isaac Ismail leading the way here. Looking strong in lane number 8 is Broderick Coyne. He has had a good breaststroke leg so far, but also seen a few swimmers across the pool. Jaden Zeng on that far side. Aiden Tang as well. And then lane number 6 there, Quinn Richards. So a number of swimmers hot on the heels of Isaac Ismail, but he is in control of this race. Expect him to finish this one strongly.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a tussle for third place here. There's a few people, but pretty much the rest of the field is quite well within each other. But Isaac looking pretty comfortable. Coming in second there, Zhijing. Nope, sorry, it is Quinn.
Quinn Richards,
Quinn
yeah.
at 6.
Yeah, Isaac Ismail still in control of this one, no surprise. Quinn Richards in second. Lane number 1 over there, Jaden Zeng in third. He's trying to come up on Richards. It's all going to be Isaac Ismail who touches in a 2:09.30, so just outside his qualifying time there. Second was Quinn Richards and third was Zing In Zhang.
Quinn Richards is a really good example of when you're in that faster heat, how they can pull you along. In heat number 2 for the men's 15-year-old boys 200 metres medley, 15-year-olds. Great swim there as well. Looking at a 2:11 from Aiden Ramos. What was the fastest time in the last one there, Tara? I didn't miss it.
A 2:09.
So
a 2:09.30.
He'll need to do at least a 2:14 to make the final, I think, this week.
As we see the middle 2 lanes here in lanes 4 and 5, touching first, it was Campbell Mills, narrowly ahead of Aiden Ramos. In third, over in lane number 1 was Ma. But those 2 middle lanes now extending this lead in the backstroke. It's Ramos who will touch first halfway through this one.
Yeah, Campbell Mills came out great in the butterfly. Looks like he's trying to hold on there. Very, very comfortable in the backstroke.
You see, it's a racing 2 in the middle of the pool. as we come down to the halfway mark. Aiden Ramos touches first, 0.21 ahead of Campbell Mills. Lachlan Harris in third spot. Still, as we come down the first lap of this breaststroke, and nothing between these first two.
I suspect you've got lane 7, Andrew Spencer, who's making a play here for third place. Might not be the strongest freestyle swimmer, but very good at the breaststroke.
As I see, a really good turn here for Campbell Mills in lane number 5, but Ramos trying to stay with him. We're seeing that now in lane number 6, coming through lane number 7, Andrew Spencer, and he's going to touch first here. He had a sensational breaststroke leg. Then in second was Mills, and third Ramos. What
you don't know there is, I think his breaststroke leg was faster than his backstroke leg. That's what that green little number there means, yeah. Which is hard to do.
It is, as we see, come down for the last 25 metres now. It is Andrew Spencer leading the way here. Callum Mills in second, Aiden Ramos in third. Mills coming home strongly to try and overrun Spencer. But Spencer will take this one out in a 2:13.21. In second was Campbell Mills, and third Aiden Ramos.
Strong freestyle as well, and he's very proud of himself there. Campbell, Lachlan Harris. And final heat here for the 200 metres individual medley for the 15-year-old boys. Out in front already, ever so slightly. It's pretty close between lanes 4 and 5, Hamish and Callum. Let's see how they come up to the turn. Yep. Hamish has popped up just ahead there.
Yeah, it's been a good start from Hamish Darvin, who we've already seen in the water tonight. Callum Otto is another one. I was going to say this morning, not tonight. I'm getting ahead of myself now.
We're too excited.
Yeah, Darvin leads here by nearly a second after that first 50 metres. Now extending the lead down the backstroke.
So we're probably almost halfway through this morning. Tara, what's the highlight for you so far?
Look, obviously Noah Tucker there in the 100-metre breaststroke has been very strong. Leo Dong in the 50 freestyle was the equal time with the all-comers, only 0.02 outside of the age record that was set back in 2009. As we see Darvin lead the way here, he's got half a second lead after the backstroke. Coming through is Oscar Magalotti in lane number 7.
A lot of support here on the pool side for this heat. Trying to figure out what club that is. Who's the lucky recipient of the fan club here?
It's good to see a lot of support here, both in the grandstands and beside us here. It has been a strong breaststroke leg here, still from Hamish Darvin. He will lead the way into this one. Touch it in second spot at the turn here is Kaylin Theodore. In third, Titus Wu.
Yeah, nice freestyle there from a nice little comfortable freestyle there from Hamish Darvin, which he did the 400 freestyle earlier. That makes sense, I think. And at St. Kevin's, he is so they are seeding the fastest heats first, of course. So a bit of a push here. You might sneak yourself into the final.
As you see, coming down to the wall in 2:13.70. So that was slightly quicker than the previous heat. So a good swim there from Hamish Darvin. In second spot there was Kaylin Theodore, and third was Titus Wu.
And we move into the 14-year-old boys for 200 metres individual medley here. First heat. We're going to be keeping an eye on Hing Tang Wang from Nunawading as well. They've got a few good swimmers here this morning. And It's actually lane number 5 out in front at the moment, which is Cooper Scott. He's going to touch first there at a 27.78. That's a good start.
Yeah, keep an eye on Hang Tang Wang. He is the age and the all-comer record in the 13-year-old boys 200-metre individual medley, which he set last year. So he has gone up the age. So no surprise to see him as the fastest qualifier here. His time is a little bit outside the record for this one, but expect to see him drop some. And he is leading the way here as we come down to the back part of this backstroke. In second is lane number 3, Fraser Blair, and in third spot there will be Cooper Scott. It's a 2.5-second lead already for Hang Tang Wang.
It is when you're in this age, these ages, that your month, date of birth is really important. It makes all the difference.
Yeah, so Hang Tang Wang extending this one. He's going to come up to the wall here with a very solid lead. There's a battle on for second between Fraser Blair and Cooper Scott. Also starting to come through in lane number 6 is Joseph McInerney, but it is all Hang Tang Wang leading this one. He's been able to extend his lead.
Indeed, and the breaststroke, nice underwater work in the breaststroke, long gaps. Let's see if he's got breath. Air in the tank for the 50, the last 50 freestyle. He does indeed. That was a nice big push off on the wall there.
Yeah, came in with a 2:09.32 qualifying time. Narrowly ahead of Lachlan Ball, who we will see in this next heat. Looks like he may have turned off a little bit. We're starting to see the others come up a
Might have spoken too early on that one, Tara. No, he's holding on there. That's all you have to do in the freestyle and the 200 AM. Hold on.
Yeah, looks like he is taking it easy into the wall. He's going to take this one out in a 2:12.95. In second, Fraser Blair in a 2:14.73, and Cooper Scott third in a 2:14.94.
Heat number 2 for the boys 14-year-old 200 metres individual medley. We just saw a pretty quick time there from Hang Tang Wang, a 2:12, time to beat. Nice quick start there from Chris Zhu in lane 3. And we see him come out, but very quickly he's caught up by very strong swim from Evan Napier, who will touch first for the 50 butterfly.
Yeah, seen a few of these names I've already seen tonight. Lachlan Bull this morning again. If I go this morning, I will say this morning. But yeah, Lachlan Bull there in lane number 4. His qualifying time just outside Hang Tang Wang, so one to keep an eye on there. Christopher Z in lane number 3, also having a good start. We've seen a few of these other names. Thomas Hopkins, we know, was very strong in the freestyle. So keep an eye on him to come home strongly as we come down to this one. Evan Niang leading the way. Lachlan Bull in second. Chris Zhu in third.
A little bit slow on the turn coming up there. Might have gone a little too deep, unfortunately, Evan. So that has meant that they've been able to catch up to him.
Yeah, it's going to be coming up to this wall. He's going to be on the touch. Lachlan Bull right there with him. I think Evan narrowly ahead there, had the better of the turns. So he's still leading the way here. Also having a strong turn there was Thomas Poppins. As we see down the middle of the pool, there is not much between these first two. Evan Niang, Lachlan Bull are going to come down to the wall for the end of the breaststroke, and it's Bull narrowly ahead there, 0.205 ahead of Evan Niang. Third is Thomas Poppins and Chris Zhu in fourth.
And of course, teammates there, Lachlan and Evan, who are currently first and second at the moment from Surrey Park.
Would have done a lot of training together.
Yep, they probably know each other's weak spots as well. And Evan looks like he needs to hold on to keep this lead. It's very, very close.
Yeah, it's going to come down to the touch on the wall. At the moment, it's Evan Yang leading the way, and it looks like he will hold off. I was going to say he will hold off. He does not.
No.
It is Lachlan Bull by 0.01 of a second in 2:17.17. Evan Niang 2:17.18, and Thomas Poppins third in a 2:17.29. Nearly 5 seconds slower than the previous heat.
So a few of those in the first heat will go through.
Yeah, so we've still got one more heat to come, and a couple of these swimmers, Harry Pelgas is the one to keep an eye on. His qualifying time is faster than what we saw as the winning time in that heat.
Yes. Third and final heat for the boys, 14-year-old 200 metres individual medley here. And again, as mentioned, Harry Pelgas is the person to watch here for 2 minutes and 13 seconds as his qualifying time, which would put him faster than the last heat. But we're seeing a trend where obviously the as we go on, the last heats have been the slowest. I've seeded them that way. So pretty hard to think he might be able to do this one on his own. He's got a nice lead there, Harry.
Has started strongly, has he? He has already been in the water earlier on. I think he was in the 400 freestyle. So we know he does have the distance behind him, so expect him to finish strongly in the freestyle, but he is out here in the backstroke. He will turn in a 1:01.71. And second's Peter Kim in a 1:04.99, and then third, Oscar Zhu.
So a lot of these swimmers who have done the 400 would have had to give it their best shot because it was a time final, and they seem to have run all the heats this morning. So might be hard to back it up, but that's what you do when you're a distance swimmer. Not me. You end up doing all the events.
Yeah, and at this age you do see a lot more events than you normally would, because they're still learning what
Absolutely.
are their best events here. As we see Harry Pelgas still leading the way. He has been in control from the start for this one. Peter Kim in second, and in clear third in lane number 3 is Oscar Zhu. But Harry is looking to get a good time here to make sure that he gets a spot in the final.
Yeah, I think he'll be around about the last. I think it'll be similar to the last heat, actually, this pace he's going.
Yeah, so that last heat was a 2:17.17 for the winner there in Lachlan Bull. So coming down to the wall, he will beat that time.
Yeah.
It has been a really strong swim here from Harry Pelgas, who's in 2:13.05, quicker than his entry time, just slightly outside the time of Hang Tang Wang. In second is Peter Kim in a 2:17.83, so just outside the winning time of the previous heat, and third was Oscar Zhu.
And Harry looking pretty comfortable there. It'll be a good swim tonight. First heat of the boys, 100 metres breaststroke, 13-year-olds, heat 1 of 5. You're joined by Tadina Taiti, myself, and Tara Murray here. Tara Murphy.
Murray. No,
Oh,
you were right. You were right. You got it right the first time. Like the river. And speaking of water and swimming, we've had lots of good action here in the first session in the McConnell pool. We also have the Horton pool where we've got all the female action this morning. Touching first after the first 50 of this 100-metre breaststroke is Gabrielle Yayo. In second is James Bigler, and 2 is sitting in third spot.
I was going to make this comment. A 1:10 is the fastest. James is the fastest seated time at a 1:10. Your age and all-comer 1:05. That is a little slower on average for this age group, actually. So could be anyone's game.
As we see the swimmers coming down, we've lost the time here again, I think. So Not sure what this time is going to be. No, it has come a 108.
Oh, good time.
7.8 in. Yeah, I was going to say out in lane. We've got timing issues.
So we do.
So first was Gabriel Yo in lane number 3 in a 108.78. Second was James Bickler in a 109.84. And then in fourth was a 2.
And heat number 2 here in the 100 metres breaststroke. Boys, 13-year-old, heat 2 of 5. Great time there from James Bigler, about a 108. Looking to be looking now at the centre of the lane. Thomas Johnson, seed time of 110. But it's actually pretty even from the first 3 there. The advantage actually was Zane in lane 6 there. But very, very close. Thomas Johnson second.
Ethan Dennison turns first there. Thomas Johnson in second. And Gary Wang out in lane number 9 is in third spot. So it's the middle 2 lanes there. Ethan Dennison and Thomas Johnson. Dennison with a 1:12 time. Johnson with a 1:10. They're going stroke for stroke here. Thomas turns at the 75-metre mark.
And it's still neck and neck here. It's going to come down to whose timing is right for the wall, I think. But, oh no, Thomas has just pulled away in the last few metres. Great swim from Gary Wang down here in 9, and that's another swim for him today as well.
Yeah, so it's Thomas in a 1:11.12, Ethan Dennison in a 1:11.81, and Gary Wang touches third in a 1:14.13.
Heat 3 of the 100 metres breaststroke, men's 13. We're looking now. A nice start there from Palal Papa, who hails from Ivanhoe Swim Club. And he'll turn in first. I'm actually excited to see the 50 metres breaststroke. This is quite fast.
As we see lanes 4 and 5, Tommy Zayo and Palaya Thapa leading the way. It's Palaya who will lead as we head into the wall. Keep an eye on Boyu Kai in lane number 0 as well, who does touch in third spot.
And pulling away now in lane 5, Palaya Papa might be, I think, only getting faster as this race goes ahead. So who's going to come in third is the big question for this one.
Yeah, as we see touching for the wall here, it is Pilar who is leading the way. We've seen a 1:08 and a 1:11 in the first 2 heats to win those times. He comes in with a 1:13.45, so he'll be looking to beat that time and put the pressure on for the middle lanes tonight. As we come down to the wall, touches in a 1:11.77, so just inside his entry time, a slight bit slower than the previous heat, but a good time there. Second was Tommy Zayo in a 1:13.25, and Samuel Billette in third in a 1:16.61. I just recorded you.
Thank you. I know. I pull my boobs off.
I can do more later on.
I'll do it. No, I'll do it. It's fine. I've got something. I should have brought my thing. It's for the content, you know.
I always...
And heat number 4 here for the 13-year-old boys, 100 metres breaststroke. We are trying to get some content here as well for everybody back at home.
It's all about the content, but now we'll focus on all in the pool, and fairly even across the pool after that first 25 metres. William Wallace, who we've seen before this morning, had a good swim out in lane number 0. Also looking in lane number 1, Lucas Yu has had a good swim. But now starting to come through is your middle lanes. Felix Greaves is one of them. It's going to be Wallace who turns first, Graves in second, and in third at the wall was Luca Yang.
As we mentioned, those turns are really important here in the short course. Tara and William just a little bit, could have been a little bit more quicker there, I think, on the turns, but he's still leading from all the way from lane 0. See if he can hold on for the last 25 metres here. Nice turn, nice 10 metre off the wall there, I think.
Yeah, a little bit slower than the previous 2 heats. This entries came in with the times in the 1:20s. It's going to be Wallace who will take this one out, so it is going to be a little bit quicker. He touches in a 1:17.12. In second was Felix Greaves in a 1:19.43, and third was Ingo Villegas in third. So some good times for these swimmers.
Well, William should be proud of that. Final heat now of the 100 metres breaststroke boys, 13-year-olds. We've got Miguel Labanco, Callum Hackett and William Zhang, and always tough when it's a smaller heat to get out there and do your best, but I'm sure they will.
Yeah, looking at this one, there's only 0.22 between the seeded times for these 3. So on that alone, we should be expecting a fairly even heat, and that is how it is so far. You'd say Callum Hackett with a slight lead as we start to come down towards the halfway mark. William Zhang in second and McGill Lobanco in third, and that is how they turn.
Yeah, nice style there from William Zhang as well. Very high. Sometimes when you've got the higher stroke up there, it takes a lot of power, and I find those tend to be more suited for the shorter events. So curious to see how he goes in the 50-metre breaststroke as well, if he's doing it today, most likely.
And looking at that, Zhang, his work off the turns has been the difference so far in this one. McGill starting to come through as we come down towards the wall, but William Zhang, he has been able to get some distance on each of those turns. It's going to come down to the touch there. He narrowly gets it in 1:29.5. McGill in second in a 1:21.02. And then third was Callum Hackett, as we've just seen a swimmer go in the water to get a swimming cap.
I did think someone's cap came off earlier. Now going to the boys' 12-year-old 100 metres breaststroke as well. And this should have our fastest seed in here in a 1:12. That would be Austin Young,
who we have seen in action before this morning. Also, Lark Privatelli is another one who has been in the water. Otto Piper, another one as well, and Daniel Zhang. So they're starting to back up a lot of these as swimmers, but it is the middle 2 lanes there of Austin and Lark leading the way as we come down for the halfway mark. And it is Austin Yan who narrowly touches ahead of Lark Privatelli. Harry Knight in third.
It's going to come down to, well, it's pretty close. It's stroke for stroke there between Austin and Lark.
Still stroke for stroke there in that last turn.
Oh, slightly came out ahead there, Austin, with a nice underwater work.
Yeah, as you mentioned, that come out ahead. It's now half a body length ahead. So that turn was the difference, and we've said how much they count in these short course. And it is going to be Austin who touches in a 1:14.11, so outside his qualifying time. But Lark Privatelli, he's 1:15.05. He's 2 seconds quicker than his qualifying time. Touching in third was Caleb Smith.
And it's heat 2 here for 12-year-old boys, 100 metres breaststroke. We had a fairly quick heat there in the 1:14. Lining up now, we've got Harvey Huang, Lacey Dushlik, and Xiping Hao, who's also swum earlier today, as our fastest 3. It's going to be Xiping Hao that touches first there with a very quick 25. These swimmers will need to give it a big effort to make the final this evening, which is what everyone wants to do. You want to come back and swim in the evening, that is the highlight, of course. So touching in first at the 15 metres is Alessi Dushlik in lane 4, Xiping 5, and third, very close behind, Harvey Huang here. So they're pretty close, neck and neck there for the first and second place this evening. They're going to need to push each other along though if they want to see tonight's final. Unfortunately, we have a pause in the timing at the moment. But coming up ahead, again, a great turn on that third turn there from Alessi, who's now got a full length on Xiping. And Alessi will touch in first on a 1:14, and Xiping Hao second, 1:17, and third place Lucas Wen there, just quietly working away. You might just sneak into the final snow. 1:18 is what you needed to get through. See how that one plays out. Third heat now of the 100 metres breaststroke for the boys, 12-year-old boys. Very popular event. We've got 7 heats this morning. That means there's a lot of swimmers to go through and barely any withdrawals, as we have seen in the previous events. Fastest seed in lane 4, George Zheng, who pops out slightly ahead here. It is going to be a very close race, I think, as there's a bit of tussle for first and the second between George and Andy. George Zheng and Andy. So George will touch slightly ahead, 35-16 in front of Andy Zhu, 35-34, and Daniel Zhongshu on 36-10. Holding the lead ever so slightly, Andy Zhu, who will touch. A big turn there, big breath. Let's see if he's going to use that underwater work, and he does. Comes up full 3 strokes after Daniel Zhongshu, and really digging in now with a nice high stroke there in lane 5. Andy Zhu will take this one out this morning in a 1:15. George Zheng 1:15, and third place Daniel Zhongshu and 1:18. It's going to be very close to make that final this evening. It looks like under a 1:18 now required to get through. Oh, and almost a little wobble there from lane 6. That's Liam Hurstone, but had a good start anyway. A nice big pull out there from Eli Linu Tagalao in lane 9. But going first to the 25 metres is lane 3, Edward O'Rourke, who hails from Ivanhoe UNCLOUD. Ivanhoe had a few swimmers this morning doing quite well. Disqualification, unfortunately, from lane 2, Oscar Chang. I'll be honest, he doesn't look too disappointed about that. Oh, no, he did not start, sorry, from Oscar. That was a previous one, sorry. Doing really big work here. Eli in lane 9. He's really working his underwater turns, and he's going to be just behind, just ahead, actually, of Edward O'Rourke in second place there. Oh, no, sorry, Edward O'Rourke pulling out in first place, second Eli, and third is Mason Wang here in lane 8. So the race is actually being run pretty much here from the broadcasting streaming side here, so keep an eye on them. But a nice quick turn from Edward Rourke. He's really sucking in the breath now to bring it on home. He's gone out really hard. Let's see how he goes. Eli as well holding on there, but it's going to be very close. As Mason is just on his shoulder there and going a little bit quicker with the arm speed. I think he's going to just pip him. So first place there, Edward O'Rourke, 127. Mason Wang, 128, and Eli just coming in third, Leaning Tulil, and all of them with faster times than their qualification time. So a good effort this morning in heat 4.
Underway here in heat 5 of 7 in our boys 12-year-old 100-metre freestyle. An even start across the pool. It will be lane 6 there. Gaio, who is leading the way, also looking good there. In lane number 3 is Quinton Tay.
Breaststroke there, my love. We're still on the breaststroke.
Oh, did I say breaststroke?
You said freestyle.
Oh, I meant breaststroke.
Breaststroke, very different stroke from the other ones because it is such a full body. That's what all swimming is, but you really are using a lot of muscle in the breaststroke there as well.
Yeah, as we see.
And lane 6 will touch in first there for Yao Ching Ching as well, and a 40.87. A little bit slower, but they are doing well to beat their own times, which is really important as well.
And look, especially when you're a 12-year-old, a lot of it is beating your own times. You know, some of these swimmers, it's their first time swimming at championships like this, so it's about enjoying the experience and seeing what they can do. As we see Yo Cheng go touch first in this one as we come down to the 100 metres.
Actually, looking at these swimmers, and they are quite little. I was 12 years old when I went to my first nationals, and honestly, what an experience that was. It is very nerve-wracking.
As we see, it is still Yo Chen leading the way, but keep an eye on Rupert Owen in lane number 0. He touched a second. Jed Darvin touched in third there. So it was a 127.89 there for the win, a 129.22 there for second.
And it's the no, it's not. We are still at heat 6 of 7, almost the final heat here for the boys 12-year-old 100-metre breaststroke. Great to see such depth in the 100 metres breaststroke and having a lot of fun. Just remember, Fun Swim is Swimming Victoria's fun, low-pressure introduction to racing for swimmers aged 7 to 12, which some of our race swimmers are. And you can contact Swim Victoria to get your club involved. That's Fun Swim. If you don't want to be quite as serious as this, to start your way into introduction to racing for swimmers around this age.
Yeah, which is perfect, and then we might see some of them down the track at this event here, as we see a complete control here from Michael Bonfire in the first 50. He led by 5 seconds from Alfred Z. So that has been a complete dominance so far here from Bonfire. He will now look to come down for this final 25 metres here.
Amazing swim.
Yeah, came in with a 1:33.21. So we'll keep an eye on that time, whether he can improve on that.
Good. He's looking good too. Great swim for the other participants as well here. All giving it their best, as you said. Looks like a big race for second though. Could be anyone's right now. Yeah. But first place, Michael Bonfrey touches in at a 1:20, so potentially a massive PB for him.
Yeah, so that one there. Henry King in second in a 1:29.11, and Alfred C in third in a 1:29.50.
Now seventh and final heat this morning for the boys, 12-year-old, 100 metres breaststroke. I think we've got some repeat offenders here as well. Maybe Daniel Juan back in the pool again for 100 metres breaststroke. It's all pretty even across the field so far.
Yeah, lanes 3 and 4 there, Saxton and Matten looking strong, and also starting to come through in lane number 7, Oliver Verco has had a good first 50, but it is those middle 2 lanes who are going to be leading the way as we come down to the wall. So we touch at the halfway mark. Daniel Duan touches first, Matten Razan in second, and Oliver Verco in third. Not much between those three, all underneath the 42 seconds.
And we're running pretty much to time here this morning as well, actually.
Don't jinx us, touch wood.
Sorry. About 10 minutes late, which is pretty amazing, actually. So if you are looking to tune in later as well, watch your swimmers swim, maybe at some other events. Yeah, we're pretty much on time, which is good to know.
We've got some big finals tonight as well, and we do have, if you do want to watch double the action, we've got all our female swimmers, they've got a stream as well, and we've got our male swimmers.
Duo streams there.
Yeah, streams. a sports lover's dream as we see Daniel Duan touching a 1:26.58. Oliver Verco touches second in a 1:28.35, and Matten Ramazan in third in a 1:28.94. It is now the 17 and 18-year-old boys 200-metre individual medley. So we've seen a number of IM events so far, and now it is our older swimmers who get their opportunities. Looking to start well in this one is lane number 4, Harry Heath. We've seen a few of these swimmers already this morning, though.
So 2:05 seated time here. 1:56 is the age. Bit of a difference there, but we'll see what Victoria Swimming has in the way of 200 IMs. This is, again, as I mentioned before, this is a good indicator of sort of what your open swimmers are looking like.
As we see in this one, it is the middle lanes here. Harry Heath leading the way, out by more than a body length there over Zayden Burton. Adam Alfney, who has already won a heat this morning, is now in third. And we've got a real battle there with Harry Coomber also involved.
Yeah, looking really strong out there in lane 4, Harry Heath.
Yeah, still in control there in second. Zayden Burton. Harry Coomber had a really good turn there as well, but Harry Heath extending the lead in this one. One of 2 swimmers who come in with a 2:05.15 across these 3 heats, so he'll be looking to set a strong time.
He's looking really comfortable out there, Harry Heath, at this lead there. So now, is that Adam Alfini back again after the 200 metres butterfly?
It is.
Wow. Backing that up, that is tough to put those on the same morning. Good job.
As there. Looks like Harry Heath looks like he's turned off in this one. Well and truly in front. So for him, it's just cruising into the wall. He will touch in a 2:07.85. So a good time from him. I think he's got a little bit more to give this afternoon. Zayden Burton touches second and Adam Alfney in third.
Looks like it might, depending on the next heat, 2:13. I mean, that's all very close. Under 2:13 will probably get you in the final today. Heat number 2 here for the boys 17 to 18-year-olds, 200 individual metres. Medley had a great cracking first start there. It's super easy for Harry Heath, top seed. Let's see what Milo De Bruin, a second top seed, can do. Milo Dressel De Bruin, sorry.
Yeah, really good freestyler, so expect him to come home strong in the back end of this race. Looking really strong there in lane number 1 as well. There is Dex Conhetti. Touching first, it's going to be Samuel Mills. Second, Max Malone. Third is Dax Conhetti.
Always that exit from the pool when the mixed races started. It was always very tough just seeing Adam after his 200-metre butterfly, 200-metre IM, just getting out of the pool slowly there.
Yeah, as we see coming down there, still Samuel Mills, Blake Hughes going with him, and starting to see Milo Dressel De Bruin come through in this one. But leading the way is Samuel Mills. Came in with a 2:10.19 qualifying time. So expected to be one of those ones who will go through to the final. Blake Hughes touches second. Blake Scott in third. Milo Dressel De Bruin with a lot of work to do.
But clearly, Samuel Mills there quite happily out in front. Quite comfortable. Clearly a breaststroker as well.
But this gap is closing on Mills, and the rest of the pack closing up as well. So he's in first, but not much between the rest of them. Max Malone, Milo Dressel De Bruin, Blake Hughes all in this one. But looks like Milo Dressel De Bruin is now up to a second.
Watch out for, I think, that negative split coming from Milo Dressel De Bruin.
Yeah,
not quite, but almost.
He was a second and a half quicker there than Samuel Mills on that breaststroke leg alone. Whether he can close the gap is the question. It's still Samuel Mills ahead. Milo Dressel De Bruin in second. In third is going to be Blake Hughes. They've returned into the last 50. I think Samuel Mills has done a lot of the hard work early on to make sure that he will take this one out. Dressel De Bruin in second. And turning here, so it's a 2:09.04.
Yeah.
Quicker than his qualifying time there for Samuel Mills, so that was a good swim. Milo Dressel De Bruin in second in a 2:11.34, and Blake Hughes in third in a 2:12.07.
Blake there just sat on the back there of Milo's freestyle and pulled himself in for third place. Third and final heat here for the men's boys 17 to 18-year-old 200-metre individual medley. Should still be a relatively quick one, as they're all only 3 heats are all seated at this moment.
So Ashley Lansbury is the fourth swimmer who had an entry time underneath that 2:10. We've seen 2 swimmers go underneath it so far, and it's Kion Power who we've seen this morning. He touches first. Ashley Lansbury in third, and Riley Hodgins in third.
Great backstroke style there from Ashley Lansbury there, who's, Kynan Power, who turned in first. Actually, really quick strokes there, Tara, just spinning those arms around. It's pulling him away from Ashley.
Yeah, out by a body length as he turns at the halfway mark in a 58.67. Lansbury in a 1 minute 59, and then third was Riley Hodgins. So it's the two out in front. It's Penn, Ashley Lansbury, reel in power, and it started to do that. That gap was a body length at the turn. It is now less than half a body length.
You might not know this, Tara, but it's backstrokers and breaststrokers both being good at both is almost an urban legend. It rarely happens, but when it does, you're a very good medley swimmer.
It is, as we see coming up here, and Ashley Lansbury is coming up onto the shoulder there of Kynan Power. As we come into the wall for the freestyle, it's going to be on the touch, and it is Ashley Lansbury who does get it, but Kynan Power better off the wall, so he gets the lead back here. They're going to go stroke for stroke down this back 50 metres of the freestyle.
And a bit of tussle there for third place between Harry and Kynan as well, who've just popped back up into that third place lead, but also way across the lane there in one, Billy Fisher actually touched in third. See if he can hold on to that third place.
As we see that battle for the touch here, it's going to be Ashley Lansbury who does get underneath that 2 minute 10 with a 2:09.64. Kynan Power with a 2:10.03. And then touching in third is Billy Fisher out in lane number 0 with a 2:13.59. So we've got 3 swimmers underneath the 2:10s.
Yeah, it will be hard there for Billy to actually go through because 2:13 was sort of the outside timing for the finals.
We've now got our boys 16-year-old individual medley, so the 200-metre event here. We've got 4 heats in this one. Touching first was there after the first 25 was Leo Dong in lane number 4. Sam Hartley in lane number 5 had a good start as well, and now coming up alongside them is Jun Ho Sun, who does touch first at the 50. He's in a 26.27. Leo Dong in a 26.54, and Sam Hartley touches third in a 27.51. But it is Leo Dong in this backstroke leg who has regained the lead. As we see the front two turn, a really strong turn from Dong, who was able to turn that lead now into a body length as we come down towards the halfway mark of this race. That lead continues to extend for Dong. Sam Hartley coming through as well, so it's Dong in a 58.78. A second and a half clear of Sam Hartley in a 1 minute 45, and Jun Ho Sun in third. As we come down to the breaststroke, and Leo Dong continues with his momentum here. He leads from Hartley. Then the battle for third is on now. Starting to come through in lane number 2 is Angus Yole. As we see in this one, Leo Dong leading the way from Hartley as they come down towards the wall here to turn into the freestyle. As we see that one, Leo Dong turns in a 1:36.98. In second is Sam Hartley in a 1:39.10. And third is Jacob Chester in a 1:4.17. Those three have broken away from the pack here in this one. Leo Dong will turn for the final 25 metres. Sam Hartley in clear second, and then Jacob Chester in clear third. We see the three of them come down in this final 25. Leo Dong has just slowed it down a little bit, knowing that he will go through quickly here. He finishes in a 2:10.04. Hartley in a 2:11.50, and Jacob Chester in a 2:13.33. Now got our 200-metre medley heat 2 of 4 here for our 16-year-old boys. fairly even start across the pool here in the first 25 metres. Kaisei Kojima is looking good. Oliver Kaleo as well in 4 and 5. Also looking strong there in lane number 2 is Aon Kazani as we see touch for the first 50. It is Kojima who touches in a 27.45, out by more than half a second now on Oliver Kaleo. And touch in equal second there was Alrik Wong. He had a good back 25 of that butterfly leg, but it is Kojima from Kaleo and Wong trying to go with them as we come down underneath the flags here for the halfway mark. And it's been a good back end to the backstroke there from Kaleo. He's right on the tail there of Kojima. And then Wong in third. 3 now come down this breaststroke leg. We've seen it change a few races so far in this event. Starting to see Wong come up alongside Kaleo. Kojima, he's been able to extend his lead in this one. So it's Kojima in first. Wong is now into second. He had a really good turn off the wall into the second lap of the breaststroke. Now in third is Oliver Kaleo. Wong coming after Kojima. Kojima, though, will touch first with about a 4.4 second lead heading into the final stroke. So it's Kojima and Wong coming down this freestyle leg. Kaleo is in third, but Kojima being able to extend this lead out a little bit here to start his freestyle. Wong, though, very strong off the turn, as we've seen a couple of times already, but it is going to be Kaisei Kojima who does take this one out. Looks quite comfortable in this race. He will touch in a 2:09.35, so quite slightly quicker than the previous heat. Alrik Wong in second in a 2:11.36 and Oliver Kaleo in third in a 2:13.60.
Third heat, final of the seeded heats for the 200 metres medley for our boys, 16-year-old boys. A very close start across here. They're looking very strong. In fact, I have my eye on lane 5, Leon Vidal. It's a very closely seeded race, we'll see, but coming out in front, actually, not unexpectedly, lane 4, Harold Su. He'll touch in at a split of 27.47. It's a great split. Second there, Noah Kuo and Leon Vidal. I say that because it looked very casual and relaxed up there, which is very much my own style as I went into swimming. Except for the really big races, that's when you get a bit nervous. Turning, a nice turn there for Noah Kuo, holding on to second place. But Harold Zhu has popped up in front, and now right on his shoulder, Ben Merrilees as well.
Yeah, a couple of swimmers we've already seen this morning, and not much between them, only 0.07 at the wall, with Merrilees touching first, Harold Zhu in second, and then Noah Kao in third spot, out in lane number 7.
Still trying to hold on there, but it looks like now Harold Zhu is really picking up with the breaststroke. He's touched just after Ben, but has come out pretty much even. So it's all going to come down to the freestyle again.
Yeah, Harold Zhu, though, has broken this race open. He leads Leon Vidal now into a second after a really good 50 there. Ben Merrilees in third spot as we come down to the freestyle here. Harold Zhu leading the way here. Starting to come through is Leon Vidal. Ben Merrilees is in a third, and the gap has closed here in this last little bit of this race. As we see in this one, Harold Zhu leading the way here. Coming up alongside him is Leon Vidal. Those two are going to lead this one out. It's going to be on the touch. I think Leon Vidal might get there, and he does. in a 2:09.37. Harold Zhu in second in a 2:09.57, and Ben Merrill's third in a 2:10.99.
Harold looked very, very, very confident and comfortable up there, Liam Vidal. So, what's our time to beat? What's our top time for this so far, Tara?
A 2:09.35 from Kaisia Kojima. So he's only just narrowly missed that time. So that was a 2:09. So it was only 0.02 slower.
That'll be a nice one tonight. And our final heat for the 200 individual medley for the 16-year-old boys. Our first and only unseeded heat here. So we've just got 3 lining up. Michael Bamford in lane 3, Luca Lim lane 4, Mark Tome in lane 5. And it looks like Luca Lim has gone out pretty fast there. He's got a couple of seconds on, or a second on his counterpart there, the seeded times. So he's probably looking to win this one. Great turn from Luca in the backstroke, and has now taken half a body length on Mark.
Yeah, he's been able to extend his lead down this first lap of the backstroke. As we see, will come into the wall now is Mark. Michael Bamford in third. His time was a couple of seconds outside of these other swimmers. So at the moment, it is going towards where we thought with the seeds. Luca Lim leading the way here. But as we know with the medley, the breaststroke can make a lot of difference in this race. So we're going to see Luca Lim touch first. Mark Toime in second. Michael Bamford in third.
So as I mentioned, they are unseeded, but really Luca Lim was only just out from being unseeded. So it's tough when it's only about 60 seconds. So those qualification times ever important. And that's why you want to get in the race, you know, with faster people. That's always handy.
Yes, as we've seen Michael Bamford come through in this breaststroke leg, able to close the gap there on Mark Toomey. Luca Lim still in front. He's been able to extend the lead there, so it looks like Lim will take this one out, but we will have a battle for second as we now head into the freestyle. Lim turns in a 1:47.54. Coming down to the wall in second is Bamford in a 1:52.94. Just outside of that is Mark Toomey in a 1:53.25.
And still holding on the lead there, Luca Lim. Great turn. He's turning 1:47, so 2:10. He won't quite make the final, but I think he's going to do a nice little tiny time here.
Yeah, and sometimes with that, it's about every swimmer has different things. So coming into this one, he will come into a good time here. So 2:22.92, so quicker than his seeded time there. Michael Bamford in second in a 2:26.16. He's just outside his time, and Mark Toomey in third.
It's the blue ribbon event here. It's a 50 metres freestyle boys 15-year-old, sorry. We've got our fastest heat or fastest seeder, Isaac Ishmael, back in the pool again. It's very close. Popping up first though was actually Edward Pollard, but Isaac is still holding the lead with a nice half body length there. First, 23.56. Second, Kepler Snyder's again back in the pool with third, Edward Pollard, 24.37.
We had a quick first heat here in the men's 15 freestyle, and now we're in for heat number 2. Strong start in lane number 4 there from Christopher Lee. He turns first. Also looking strong is Broderick Coyne. We've already seen him have a good swim in lane number 9. They're coming through now. They're in lane number 2 is Xavier Gray. As we come down to the wall, it's Xavier Gray who touches first in a 24.3.3. Christopher Lee in a 24.3.7, and Jiang in third.
Heat 3 here, 15-year-old boys, 50-metre freestyle. We're looking to keep eyes on Daniel Collins here, 24. That's what it's going to take to make the final. First heat was very fast. Nice push off from the wall there, and a great stroke, no breathing. From lane 5, Daniel Walter, again a second swim for him, I believe, this morning. Touches in 24.17. First, second, Jaden Zach. And Daniel Collins, 24.79. I think he'll just sneak in. That will be close for the final tonight, though.
Heat 4 or 5 here in the 50-metre dash. Starting strong there in lane 3 was Chen. He's going to take him out at the halfway mark. Now starting to come through in lane number 6 there, Angus Goodison. As we come down this back 25 metres, still Chen leading the way here in lane number 3. Lane number 4, Alexander Jin looking strong too, but it is Chen who takes it out in 25.48. Alexander Jin in a 25.82 in second, and Angus Goodison third in a 25.88.
Our final heat 5 here for the 50 metres freestyle 15-year-old boys. 3 swimmers stepping up today: Michael Leo, Benjamin Tischler and Sebastian Ballard. Tough as well to race this by yourself when you haven't got the speed there, but I can see great turn there, coming up fast, keeping his head down out of the turn was Benjamin Tischler. He's looking for under a 26 here would be a good time. He's going to touch in first, 25.79. Second place, Michael Leo, 26.22, and Sebastian Bullen, and 26.33.
Now got our 100-metre butterfly for our boys in the 14-year-olds. We've got 4 heats in this one, and starting strong there in lane number 4 is Hang Tang Wang. We've already seen him in the medley and had a really strong performance, so he has come out flying in this one. Keep an eye on the age record. It is a 56.2 on. Hang Tang Wang comes in a 57.69.
And as I mentioned, Tara, if you're good at medley, if you're good at distance, you are a busy, busy swimmer. And that's Hang Tang Wang again, who's clearly in the lead right now. Unfortunately, Ethan Carr has not backed up his swim. I believe he's already swum this morning. He's not swimming in this one.
It is all Hang Tang Wang in this one. Is he going to go full out and try and get as close as he can to this record, or will he look to slow it down here as he comes into a wall in a 58.91? So underneath that 1 minute mark there, Joseph McInerney second in a 1:02.51, and Patrick Whitewood third in a 1:02.78.
So Hang Tang Wang looking to have a busy evening. Heat 2 now of the 14-year-old boys 100-metre butterfly. We've had one swimmer so far, Hang Jung Wang, go under the 1 minute, so anyone's race to see who can make the finals this evening. Eyes on Cooper Scott and Jack Hayes. Jack Hayes from Surf Coast Swimming Club. But right now it is all Scott Cooper in the lead. As he goes to touch, he's going to touch in a 27.36. Second, Michael Yu. Third, Jack Hayes. 28.88, nice splits here.
Yeah, some of these swimmers who have been busy this morning will have a big program tonight here. It is still a lane for there. Cooper Scott leading the way. Starting to see Michael Yu in lane number 2 really come on. He's sitting third with Jack Hayes in second spot there, but it is Cooper Scott leading this one. He's one of those swimmers that did come in with an entry time underneath the 1 minute mark. He's going to touch in a 59.3.1 there. Second is Jack Hayes in a 1:02.17. Michael Yu in a 1:02.46. So we're seeing our leaders get underneath the 1 minute. The next couple are all around that 1:02, so you could be looking to possibly 1:02s, low 1:03s to be making this final.
And Jack Hayes just using his longer arms here, I think, to pip out third place. Third heat now for the 100 metres 14-year-old boys butterfly. We've got Jaden Tran back in the pool again, giving himself a few slaps to get going. So I have my eyes on him in lane 6.
Yeah, he'll be looking to try and beat his time of a 1:04.01. But looking in the middle of the pool there, lane number 4. Evan Niang, another one of those swimmers who has been busy this morning. He has had a strong start, as has Alistair Ho in lane number 3, who did touch him out on the wall. Thomas Poppins touched third, but it is those 3 middle lanes here. Evan Niang is leading the way as we come down to the last 25 metres.
Anyone's game here. Evan Niang's popped up again in first now.
Has extended his lead in this back part of this race. He'll win by more than a body length, just outside the minute in a 1:05.8. Those 1:02s there for Alistair Ho and Thomas Poppins, low 1:02s, so that should be enough for them to make the final tonight. We've still got one more heat, but it's an unseeded heat. So for most of those swimmers, those top 3 should make it through tonight. Heat 4 of 4 here in the 100-metre butterfly for our boys. Seen 2 swimmers go underneath the 1 minute mark so far. An unseeded heat here, so for these swimmers they'll be looking to put some good times on the board. And so far it is lane number 6 there in Han, who has had a really good first 50. Starting to come through though is Jasper Warner in lane number 4.
Nice quick little turn there from Xingyu Han as well, and he's going out pretty hard. There's no slowing down there. This is a great swim.
It is. So he came in with a time of 1:09.59. So that's what we'll be looking for to see whether he can get better than that. Trying to go with him is Jasper Warner, but it is still Xingyu Han leading the way. He touched in a 45.33 at the 75-metre. Warner is now really starting to come at him as we come down, but he's going to run out of space here. It is going to be Han who does touch this one in a 1:0. It's going to be a 1:08. I don't know exactly what, because we've got timing issues again here. So it is a 1:08. We will be able to find that out with Swimming Victoria using Hawkeye technology at this meet, giving officials multi-angle camera views for accurate backup timing and fair calls. Exactly what Hawkeye's for.
It's first heat of 2 for the 13-year-old 200 metres butterfly. I'll be curious to see if they're doing a final tonight, but they probably are. That means good chance here. Bit of experience, bit of training as well. Keep you fit doing a 200 metres butterfly. Looking there at our fastest seed is Daniel Mancini, quite a bit faster than the rest of the crowd, but he's not. He's only slightly ahead at the moment. That means he's probably got a really good race plan, and I'm looking forward to see how he executes this one.
Yeah, now starting to come away, leading by half a body length as he comes down to the wall at the 50. Leonardo Hernandez in second in a 31.48, and a further second behind him is Gary Wang. So these two swimmers in the middle of the pool now starting to break away from the chasing pack.
It is a tough event to do, as I've mentioned several times. One of my least favourites. I'm always impressed. Anyone who gives this a go, and they are giving it their all across the pool. Coming up to the 100 metre, here's where it really starts to burn, as well as you turn in for that third 50 as well. But they're looking pretty comfortable out front, pretty close. Daniel Mancini, and second Leonardo Hernandez, and third there Lucas Yu.
Yeah, looks like Hernandez is coming up alongside Mancini now. The two are going stroke for stroke. It looks like Hernandez is going to lead as he comes into the wall. It was a long touch there, but able to stay in front. But he's up and stroking a lot quicker than what you see with Mancini.
I am just keeping an eye on there, Tara. It is starting to fall apart a little bit, so I hope you can hold it together because he's having a great race.
As we see, Hernandez will take this one out. He's going to touch in a 1-4-3-2-1. I was going to say I've still got an extra 50, so it's falling apart with me as well.
But he's picked it up and got his speed back again. Well done. That's great to see from Leonardo Hernandez. He's dug in a little bit deeper. This is what it's all about, rhythm in the butterfly here, and you've got to hold that rhythm and stroke.
Yeah, Mancini now coming at him as well. A little bit more underwater between these two. We see Hernandez up pretty quickly. Mancini a little bit longer. Mancini looks like he's going to come over the top. The two are going stroke for stroke as we come into the wall. Hernandez has responded. He's going to get the touch in a 2:19.20. Mancini in a 2:19.56. And we've got a big gap here to the rest. Hernandez came in with a 2:31.95 entry time. So that is sensational from him.
Yeah, that was a great swim from Hernandez. Really, really well paced and well executed. It's key in the 200s.
As we see Lucas Yu touching third spot.
We're in the second heat today second and final heat for the boys, 13-year-old boys. 200 metre butterfly. We've got Elijah Lamont here. Entry time, seating time at 2:24. It was well blown out of the water, so let's see what these boys can do. Just slightly ahead now in lane 6, though, is Jason Wang. Much smaller heat this one, so it is going to come. Probably your own pacing is really important here for the boys this morning. It's a live and learn in 200 metres butterfly. As
we see Jason Wang touch first in this one. Elijah Lamont already been in the 400 metre freestyle earlier.
And William Wallace again.
Yeah, so we're seeing some of these distance events here for some of these swimmers backing up. Pretty sure we saw Elijah Lamont in a medley as well.
I'd be having a chat to the scheduling people this morning if I was any of William Wallace or these boys.
As we see, we come down here to the wall for the first 100 metres. It is still Jason Wang leading the way. Elijah Lamont in lane 4 coming through. Josh Koku in lane number 3 in third.
Yeah, he's just starting to make his move now, I think, Elijah. No, that would be Josh Koh. He's making his move now. And unfortunately, Jason Wang is not quite able to hold on. He's gone out pretty quickly, but maybe that was the plan. And now with half a body length ahead, it is, in fact, Elijah Lamont. That is kind of that experience and knowledge and backing yourself as well when it comes to the 200 metres butterfly that can really make the difference.
Yeah, he did win his heat of the 200 IM. So he's done a 400 freestyle, a 200 IM, now a 200 butterfly this morning.
Oh
so
my gosh, I'd be mad.
Look, it is going to be tough. Mancini was also involved in the 200 IM. So seeing a few Hernandez as well. So a few of these swimmers are backing up with some big races. But as we come down here on the final 25 metres, it's Elijah Lamont leading the way. Josh Coe in second. Coe starting to come up alongside Lamont. Not surprised with the heavy program he has had this morning. But it's going to be Lamont who will take it out in a 2:25.58. Just outside his entry time. In second was Josh Coe in a 2:26.24, and William Wallace in third in a 2:29.65.
He might have turned around and said, I've got more to do today. I'm going to pull back a bit. First heat for the 12-year-old boys, 200-metre freestyle. And this is one of my favourite events as well. This one is all mental as well. It's a really good learning curve for our young swimmers this morning. In lane 4, we've got Alesi Dushlook back in the pool again. He's fastest seated at 2:10. He'll be looking to beat that one. Unfortunately, Lawrence Gass is pulled out there in lane 3. So right on his shoulder there, Jacob Liu. So turning in first, Alesi. Jacob Liu in second. And Wei Deal in third.
Yeah, so coming down here to the 75-metre. It's Dishit leading the way here. Jacob Liu in a second spot. They've got a gap on the rest. Sitting in third in lane number 6 is Deo, who has been busy, but there is a battle on for third. But out in front, it is all Alisai Dishlick, who will turn first here in
106.
106. Oh. No, we don't get a time, so we've got some time in. Hawkeye will have to come into this one again here. So it was Jacob Liu in a second, Weyu Adeo in a third, but it is Alisai Dishlick in front here. He turns first as he comes down to the final 25 metres here.
And Tara, this is about when I lose count and get
I was going to say not
scared.
the final, so we've still got another 50 to go.
We do. That's exactly what I've done to myself in a swimming race as well. Interestingly enough, third is broken apart a little bit now. We've got turning in first. It's still Alesi Dishlick, but we've lost his time. Jacob Liu in second, and Wei Dao in third. Hard to say what the timings actually are, but it's looking like Wei is making a play for second place now. What a great comeback he's having.
Yeah, he's had a good back 75 metres so far, so he's looking to come up for a second. The gap has closed to Alisai Dishlick at the front, but he is going to claim this one. He's had a strong performance throughout. He will touch first here in a 2:13.96. Coming in second is Weyu Dio, and then in third is Jacob Liu.
I want to comment, I really like Weyu's style. It's nice, tidy, really good focus. So I think we can see some more from him tonight. Heat number 2 now for the boys, 200-metre freestyle 12-year-old boys. That was a cracking first heat there, so we're looking to see if they can repeat that one right now. Austin Yuan in lane 4, turns in first. It's a good start.
Yeah, it was a good start, and the action's in the middle of the pool at the moment. Austin Yuan, another one who has been busy this morning. He leads the way. Alongside him is Benjamin Lay. And then in third was Nicholas Kalgiris. Those three with a bit of a break on the rest of the pack now. But it is Austin leading the way.
Turning on a split 30 for the first 50, that is a cracking start. We'll see what they can do, if they can hold that.
Yeah, he came in with a 2:11 entry time, so that is quicker than what they did swim in that first heat. But we know with this one, with so many events, that they are going to keep some of the cards close to their chest. Austin Yan turns in a 1:04.22. Second was a Benjamin Lay and Nicholas Kalgaris in a third. And you mentioned a 30-second for the first 50. It was 34 for the second 50.
Yeah, so it dropped off a little bit. Might have gone out a little bit fast, but we'll see. 1:04 does make it hard to come back in anything under a 2:11. So we'll see how they go. But looking really comfortable out there, actually.
Yeah, so Austin has been able to extend his lead. Nicholas Kalgiris coming up alongside Benjamin Lay in the battle for second as we come down to the 150. Austin Yan leads in that one in a 1:39.87, so gone out again at 35.5 there for him. Nicholas Kalgiris, though, in a 34.8, so he was the quickest swimmer on that 50.
He's making a comeback now as they come down for the final stretch, though. But Austin has really put the engine on and is kicking down, head down. Love that. So he's still got more in the tank thing if they tank again tonight.
Yeah, so 2:12.51 for the winner, 2:14.71 for Nicholas Kalgaris, and third was Benjamin Lay in a 2:16.36.
And our third heat for the 200 metres, boys, 12-year-old boys, 200 metres freestyle here at the Victorian Age Group Championships. Pretty exciting morning so far, I think. Been pretty interesting.
It has. We've had all the action for all the boys in this first morning session. All the girls have been in the pool next to us, so there's been plenty of action and plenty of good swims across both pools. And looking to have a good swim in this one is Oliver Mesher, who leads the way after the first 50. Caleb Smith in second. William Siddles in third as we come down that first 50.
Yeah, so quickly have a look across the 50 metres freestyle of the women's moped event. Yep, I'd be hard-pressed to keep up with those girls now. And the boys here, it's actually lane 6 there, Oliver Meshner, who's taken a nice lead here. Very cruisy. Great underwater work, you can see that.
As we see Mesher turn first in a 1:03.36. Second is Caleb Smith in a 1:04.30, and third, William Siddles. I'd say slightly quicker than what we had in the previous heat, so it's an interesting one to keep an eye on times, because that was the fastest heat of the two so far.
Correct, and I'm really liking Oliver's style out there. I'm going to talk about it again. He's just looking super comfortable, sitting up on the water, nice and strong, but maybe not as experienced as the other boys. Are actually making a move here to take over. Yeah. So it's a 150 metre mark there. First is Oliver Merschner, second via Caleb Schmidt and William Siddles, and here is where you turn the tanks on and bring it home.
Yeah, just over a second between the top three, and Oliver Mesher, he decided, no, I'm not going to stick around and wait for you guys. I'm going to take this one and take control. So he leads as we come down the last 25. Caleb Smith trying to go with him as well. Smith looks like he might come over the top here. We've got our 2 leaders going towards the wall. Looks like Smith is going to get the touch here, and he does in a 2:10.96. In second was Oliver Mesher in a 2:11.4.6. William Siddles in third in a 2:13.13. So they are our fastest two swimmers so far, are Caleb Schmidt and Oliver Mesher.
And point to note there that Andy Zhu, while in fourth, he will probably get pulled into the finals there. So that was a great heat. Now fourth and final heat for the boys, 12-year-old boys, 200 metres freestyle. Unheated C. Unfortunately, only 3 racing there, but I'm sure they'll make the best of it.
Yeah, you look in this one, coming with only 0.3 of a second in their seeded times.
Yep.
So it's another one of those ones they should be evenly matched. So we'll see how this one goes. But getting off to a flyer is Miriam in lane number 3. He's leading the way. Damon Choi in second and Oliver Vercoe in third.
I'm pretty sure Miriam's already swum today as well, but he looks very comfortable out there with a nice turn.
Yeah.
And he's keeping an eye on his race mates there over his right shoulder.
Yeah, Oliver Vercoe, another one we've seen in action today. But Miriam Kagasu is leading the way here with a strong first 75 metres. He turns first, not much between the other two who are side by side in the background, but it's Miriam in lane number 3 leading the way as we come down to the halfway mark.
The split in the 32, he's about to split in a 1:07, I think. You know, if he keeps his pace up, if he negative splits this, he could swim his way into the final, you never know.
Well, it will be a big ask. His entry time was a 2:27.40, and being a 12-year-old, possibly his PB as well,
true,
knowing some of these youngsters. But it's Mirren who is going to touch the wall first. That battle between second, it looks like Damon Choi slightly ahead of Oliver Vercoe, but Keigozu has had a strong swim so far. He's coming underneath the flags to touch for the 1:50. He will turn here in a 1:46.44. He's got a decent lead, so it's 3.5 seconds on the other two. Oliver Vercoe now in second.
What I love about this is while he's out there on his own, he has not backed down and only picked it up for the last 50. So it's a great swim from there.
Yeah, as we see him come down now, turns for this final lap. Vercoe in second, Damon Choi in third. But Miriam Keigozu guys will take this one out. It's been a controlled swim. He should get underneath his entry time. He came in with a 2:27.70. He touches in a 2:22.21, so a good swim for him. A 2:27.84 for Oliver Vercoe. So right on his entry time, and Damon Choi with a 2:29.25.
First heat of the boys, 17 to 18, 15 metres freestyle, and I expect this one to be a fast one. 23.03 the time, the fastest seated time. And in the turn, it looks like it was Shangyo Jin that went in first, but it is Eli Billman again coming out fast with about a length there. He's going to touch in first for a 22.62. That's a great time. Second, Xinjiang Jin, 23.09, and Yuan Lachama third, 23.75. Very fast first heat.
Now got heat 2 in the water of the 50-metre dash for our 17 and 18-year-old boys. We come down the pool, lane 5 there. Jeff Connor has started well. He leads at the halfway mark. Also looking good is Hugo Henderson in lane number 8. As we come down the middle, it's lanes 4 and 5. It looks like Connor just narrowly ahead there, and he will get the touch in a 22.95. Luca Brown second in a 23.21, and Blake Hughes third in a 23.99. So slightly slower than that first heat.
Heat 3 here, 22.75, the time to beat now. It's been, again, another quick start. Fastest, the Lemon Junasara is the fastest out there. He'll take that to the turn, and he comes out. So he stayed underwater for a long time and has popped out first. Lemon Junasara slightly ahead, but it's looking like lane 8 with a quick touch. In fact, it was Harry Heath, lane 8, 23.97, second place. And Adonis sorry about the pronunciation, 24 flat. And in third place, there, 24.10, Lemon Junasara.
Now we've got the final of these 4 heats for the 50-metre freestyle as we come up to the wall. Lane 3 there in Dylan Campbell Quigley looking strong. Also in lane number 5, Archie Bonga, as we come down underneath the flags. Exposed to leading the way here. It's going to come down to the touch as we see getting there is Dylan Campbell Quigley in a 24.84. Archie Bonga in second in a 25.03, and Twy Rogers in third in a 25.20.
First heat of the men's, boys, 16-year-old, 200-metre breaststroke here. 1 and 2. So not a lot to do if you want to make the finals tonight, but stay in there, I think.
It is. So looking at this one, entry times 2:16 there for Xavier Eagle is the fastest. And make sure if you are here today to check out Funky Trucks and Funnica, who've been major sponsors of Swimming Victoria for 9 years. Their swimwear and products embody a sport that blends modern innovation and a rich historical legacy. Partnering with quality Australian companies allows Swimming Victoria to provide swimmers with excellent experiences today while ensuring they get better opportunities.
And unsurprisingly, Xavier Eagle turns in first on a 31.46 split. That's a nice quick split, with Harold Hugh in second and Jacob Chester. And it's looking like it's going to remain that way as we're coming up to the 100. Really nice long stroke there from Xavier, which means when he needs to pick it up, he can.
Yeah, and has that real glide as well, as we see him touch the wall in a 1:07.32. Harold Zoo in second in a 1:09.58. Kaisei Kojima in third in a 1:09.96. Those second and third swimmers now starting to come at Eagle, but he looks like he does have this in control as he comes and turns for the... as he comes down to the wall for the 150.
Well, if 2:16 is his PB, then turning to 1:07 is pretty cruisy, so there's a lot more to see here. And like I said, not much to make it into the final tonight, so maybe just warming and getting the arms going.
Yeah, I think there's only 18 swimmers.
Yeah.
I don't think even 18 swimmers that are in this one, so 17, 18 swimmers, more than half of the field will make the finals.
Absolutely.
And it is Eagle who's leading the way as he comes down to the wall for the final turn here.
He's pulled back a little too much because Harold Zhu has really made some gains there.
Yeah, and Kaisei Kojima is not far behind Harold Zhu either. So as we see this one, Xavier Eagle, whose qualifying time is a couple of seconds quicker than anyone else from these two heats. He's going to claim this one. Harold Zhu, though, has come home quickly. So it's a 22.42 for Harold. Sorry, for Xavier Eagle. Harold Zhu in second in a 2:23.34, and Kaisei Kojima in third in a 2:25.21.
Second heat of 2 for the boys, 16-year-old boys, 200-metre breaststroke there. A slower first heat, so it will be interesting to see if they will also, well, I'm not going to say take it easy because it's never very easy to do 200 metres breaststroke, but we'll see how they go. We've got Leon Vidal back in again, very confidently did the 200 metres IM earlier. And he's just cruising in there, but it is, at this point in time, Brian Ging, who I haven't seen, so he's probably quite fresh.
And as you see that battle in the middle of the pool, it was Gang who narrowly touched first, only 0.05 ahead of Leon Vidal. James Clare in that third spot after the first 50. The front two have got a little bit of a gap, but Clare trying to stick with them. Ayan Gazuni in lane number 1 has had a good second 50 so far as well. He's going to keep up to it. Just keep an eye on the underwater here of Byron Gang. He was able to really make sure he was pushing Leon Vidal as he comes down the first part of the laps.
Yeah, he's got a very strong stroke, actually. And they turn there now. Leon Vidal turns in first, 108.48. Byron Gang just behind on a 108.69, and in third, James Clare, 109. So all still pretty close here with 125 to go. Sorry, 75 metres to go.
Yeah, it looked like Vidal had a little bit of a look beside him as well.
He did that in the 200 IM as well.
To see where
that.
Gang is. And as we're seeing in this one, Byron Gang is getting a lot of movement in that first part of the lap with his underwater before Vidal sort of goes away at the back end of the lap.
I'm just looking, I think it's a lot of the legs with Gang. He's got a very strong kick, and that will come in handy down the road.
As we see here, it's Vidal who's been able to break away at the 150. He leads in a 144.47, nearly a second ahead now of Gang. It's James Clare in a third, and then there's a gap back to the rest of the pack. Vidal, though, now starting to really make his mark. This lead has extended out. Keep an eye on Clare, though. He's coming up alongside Gang.
Yeah, Vidal just very comfortable there, but it's going to be slightly faster than the first heat on a 220. He's touched in there.
Yeah, that's a good swim. So just outside his qualifying time of a 2:18. So he will go through as fastest qualifier into the final. Byron Gang holds on in a 2:24.58 the second. James Clare third in a 2:25.64.
And fifth there, 2:32. That'll pull you into the final tonight.
Now in the water we have got the boys 15-year-old 100-metre butterfly. Some quick movement in the middle of the pool here. Isaac Ismail, no surprise to see him out quickly. Hamish Darvin beside him, but it is all Isaac Ismail in this one. Comes in with a time of a 56.09. He's going to come down to the wall at the halfway mark. He touches in a 26.06. Hamish Darvin second in a 27.58. And then third is Austin McNaught in a 28.32. Question is Ismail going to go fully at this, or will he look to turn off and save himself for the final tonight?
Exactly. He's had a very full morning this morning, but no, I think he's just gearing up and kicking in there as well. Hamish Devon, he's been in the pool a couple of times as well. Touching in first there, Isaac Ishmael as well on 56.22, great time. Second, Hamish Devern, and third, Austin McNaught, 101 there, 0.05. It's going to be tight for the final there if you're not going under the one, I think.
Yeah, we've only got the two so far underneath the one. The only two swimmers in that heat who did have seeded times underneath that, both narrowly outside their entry time. So maybe they've saved a little bit for tonight, but that is one to watch there in this second heat here. We still do have a couple more swimmers underneath that minute mark here. Xavier Gray and Liam Joy are the two to watch in lanes 4 and 5. And we are now in the water in this second heat.
I'll tell you what, I actually really did like the start there down here. Jaden Thack, who's been in the pool before, so keep an eye on him actually. But everything's happening in the middle of the pool as per usual.
Yeah, as we see that turn for the first 25. A lot of strong underwater there from Liam Joy. Xavier Gray was upstroking a lot earlier. We've seen that impact. He leads by half a body length as we come down to the wall at the halfway mark. He turns into 27.45. Second was Liam Joy. Third, Campbell Mills next to him.
Yeah, nice quick turn there from Xavier Gray as well. Let's see who's going to bring it on home here, but a nice body lengther in a bit, but Liam Joy trying to make a call here, but it's definitely going to be all the way. Xavier Gray touches in first, 58.57, great time. Liam Joy second, 59.84, and in third place, Campbell Mills there, 1 minute, 0.68.
Yeah, at the moment he'll be on the edge. We've currently got the 4 swimmers underneath the 1 minute with still 1 heat to go. So he'll be hoping that will be enough to get him into the final.
Third and final heat here this morning for the 100-metre butterfly. And again, very quick start there. Quickest up the block, we've got Oscar Megalotti. But the turn, he's already lost that beautiful lead now, and it is in fact, well, it's hard to tell, it's actually neck and neck there with our lanes 5 and 4. That's Christopher Lee and Aiden Ramos. It's going to be Aiden Ramos who touches first, 27.91. That's a good split to go under the minute. Christopher Lee second, and Oscar Megalotti actually holding in there for third.
Yeah, not much between the first 4 in this race as we come down to the wall for the final 25 metres. As we come into this one, it's lanes 4 and 5, but it's Aiden Ramos who is leading the way down this back end of the pool. Trying to go with him is Christopher Lee. Christopher Lee's come over the top of him, and it's going to be Christopher Lee who does take out this heat, and he goes underneath the 1 minute. His qualifying time was a 1 minute 8.4, so possibly a PB for him. If that's the case, that is a massive swing for him. In second was Aiden Ramos in a 1 minute 3.5, and third coming in late was Michael Fan in a 1 minute 8.4.
First heat here of the 14-year-old boys 50-metre freestyle, favourite of mine, and it is a quick start out there. We've got top seed Hantang Wang again. Oh my gosh, not only is it distance for me, he's a sprinter as well. Seed time there's a 24, and he's looking like he has got this race all sewn up, but giving a good shot now. Lincoln Hall, the first in there, 23.99, great swim. Hantang Wang, second place. Lincoln Hall, 24.61, and third place there, just on the outside a little bit, Fraser Blair as well. That is pretty quick.
Stand has been set in that first heat from Hantang Wang in our 50-metre freestyle for our 14-year-old boys. We've got 6 heats in this one, and it's the middle lanes here who do start strong. Touching first at the halfway mark is Ethan Carr. He had a sensational underwater. He's leading by half a body length as we come down to the back part of this race. An absolute brilliant turn, set that one up, and he touches in a 24.31. In second was Michael Pankin in lane number 1, and Oscar Zhu in third.
A little bit of a hold up there in the start, but we're in heat 3 now. Middle of the pack there actually is not in at this race, unfortunately. Jaden Tran, no. Jack Hayes, probably tired from his previous swim. It's a quick turn. First out of the water there is Jaden Tran. Head is down. I think it's going to be him. Coming up second, and this one is Peter Kim. And for the touch, it is 25 flat there. Jaden Tran in first, second Peter Kim, 25.45, and in third place, Kingsley Wang, 25.95.
Now in the water for the 4th heat of the 100 metre. No, it is the 50 metre freestyle here. As we see them come down to the wall, not much between those swimmers. A really strong swim by Jack Defina Nash in lane number 8, but it's now in the middle of the pool where the action is. Lane 3, Maverick Houston's had a good swim, but so has Defina Nash. And touching first, it is going to be Andrew Vu who has come through. It's dead heat there with Maverick Houston. And then in third is Jack Defina Nash.
Really hanging on the start there. The start of their heat 5 of 6. The 50 metre freestyle men, boys, 14-year-old. In the middle there, we've got Jasper Warner, first of our unseeded. So a little bit slower, but they are really swinging those arms around there. Lane 5, that is Evan Toe. And it looks like he is currently in the lead. It's very even across the field. Hard to call, but I'm going to say Evan Toe, well, touched out by Sean Wang at 26.86. Second, Evan Toe, 26.98, and in third place, hard to pick, 27.21 down here in lane 7, Felix Jones.
The 6th and final heat of the 50 metre freestyle for our 14-year-old boys is in the water. Just 3 swimmers in this one. And Sanduka Imbolana had a really good first 25, but coming through is Sheilin Sun. Had a really good turn. It's those two coming down to the wall. It looks like it's Sun who is going to get the touch in this final heat here. He touches in a 26.94. Sanduka Imbolana in second in a 27.31, and Charlie Tickful in third in a 27.93.
First heat now. Sorry, just letting that disqualification go through in the other pool. Not us, not here in the McConnell pool.
As we continue this one, we are now down the pool as we come down to the 50-metre, or the halfway mark of the 100-metre backstroke for the 13-year-old boys. Billy Main touched first in a 30-second flat. Darby Blackwell second in a 30.82, and Emmanuel Commerling in third in a 31.97.
Yeah, apologies for that. Those disqualification calls are quite loud, and oh my gosh.
I was going to say, you probably can't hear them at home because they're on the speakers behind us, not through our microphones. Good. So, as we see, it's Billy Main still leading the way here. Beside him, Darby Blackwell and Emmanuel Commerling still trying to stay with them.
Yeah, beautiful stroke there as he's going to touch in first. There first for Billy Main on a 103.41. Second there, Darby Blackwell, 104.16. And third, 105.90 for Emmanuel Commerling. Great swim.
For all three of them under their entry time. So some good swims for that one, and sets a good standard because no other swimmer in this race has swam a 103.
Heat number 2 here for the 13-year-old boys, 100-metre backstroke. Beautiful start there from lane number 7, Jahan in. Back in the pool again, unsurprisingly there, our 400-metre swimmer. Just casually doing 100 metres backstroke as well.
I know, as we're seeing with this age group, you do see a lot of crossover as they're still working out what their strengths are here, as we see Yi Yang leading the way down here, the first 50. He'll turn in a 30.87, so a little bit slower than that first heat. Lucas Dew in second in a 32.66, and Patrick Clark in a third. But it is all Yi Yang in this one. He came in with a time of a 1:04.54, so one of our fastest seated swimmers, and he's making his mark so far in this one.
He's got a lovely style there, very comfortable, sitting up nice and high and just spinning those arms around. Yeah. Someone to watch, I think.
Yeah, he is. He's going to come into the wall. We saw a 1:03.41 in the first heat. He's going to go a 1:03.50, and he didn't quite get the best touch. He had to jump at the wall, so something for him still to come tonight. But under that 1:04 time, which is a good, because that's what he came in with.
Exactly that. Heat number 3 of 6 for the 100 metres backstroke 13-year-old boys. We had a great second heat there, so let's see what these young men can do. We've got Hong Hung Kwan and Q in lane 4, who turns first, but coming up first with a slight lead in lane 3 is Yibi Liu from Doncaster.
As we see, coming down here towards the wall for the 50, it's lane number 4 there, Ho Hung Q, who will touch first. In second, YB Liu, and then in third was Tong Lee, but being able to extend his lead in this second 50 metres is Hong Hang Q. He will touch first here, heading into the last lap. The slowest of the 3 heats so far, but it's Q who looks like he will take this one out.
Some tongue twisters for us on this one today, but Hong Yin with a clear lead there. He's looking to touch. Actually, he's going to go 1:03.42, so that is the fastest time, I think. And second place, 1:07 with Josh Koh and Yibi Liu, touching it at a 1:07.63.
A really good back one. Narrowly just 0.01 second behind Billy Main. So that's a final we will be looking forward to tonight. For the next heat, lane 0, 1, it might be 10 on the one way. after a slight delay there with the backstroke ledges, we are now underway in heat number 4 of the boys 13-year-old backstroke.
Backstroke ledges in my day, we didn't have them, by the way.
Well, that's showing your age right now. But you did say this is making you want to get back in the pool, because we have had some brilliant swims so far this morning and going to have some the next couple of days. And in this heat, William Zhang in lane number 5 has had a good start. Owen Barnes trying to go beside him as well, and Lucas Yee in lane number 9 touches second. Always
a risk when you're doing that turn, you know how far out you are. And Lucas Yee, I thought he was a bit far out, but he actually really capitalised on that, and he's actually probably slightly in the lead.
Yeah, so he's up there with William Zhang, who is in lane number 5 as we touch for this last lap here. Nothing between lanes 4 and 5 at that turn. And we also see in lane number 9 here, Lucas Zhu. Looks like it might be Lucas Zhu who might take this one out in lane number 9. It's been a really strong swim in a 1:11.60. In second was Owen Barnes in a 1:11.68, and third was a William Zhang in a 1:11.98.
Will the 1:11 make the finals there?
I think might be too far.
Out,
yeah. Well, we have seen the previous 2 heats, one in 1:03s and 1:04s.
Yeah, but great swim from Lucas Yu over here.
Yeah, came in with a 1:14.57, so definitely lowered his entry time.
Heat 5 of the 100-metre backstroke for 13-year-old boys here. We saw a beautiful swim there in a 1:11. And looking now in the middle of the lane is Easton Anderson, who might have a slight lead. He goes first into the turn, a little bit slower though in lane number 5. That is Nicholas Sekas, who does just pop up slightly ahead. But I missed it over there, all the way over in
William Wallace, your favourite.
My favourite, William Wallace.
William Wallace, who I reckon's been in the pool 3 or 4 events this morning. He will touch first at the 50 in a 32.62.
And always on the side lanes, the poor guy.
Nicholas Sedakis in a 34.63 was in second, and Jasper Zowa in third in a 35.34. But it is still William Wallace on that far lane who will turn first as he looks to try and make a final tonight.
And I will say he's got a bouncy stroke. That is the technical term in backstroke, a bit bouncy, but deceptive, because it means those arms are coming around pretty quickly, actually.
Yeah, he's absolutely dominated this one, and he's going to come into the wall here in a 1:07.92. Came in with a 1:15.64. So that might be just enough to make a final. That was quicker than the previous heat. So that was a really good swim from Wallace. Nicholas Sedakis in second in a 1:11.79, and Jasper Zowa in third spot in a 1:12.93.
I'm beginning to think that William Wallace has been pranking us a little bit with those times.
Some of these times might have been set 12 months ago, and nearly 12 months ago, and we are talking young kids, so we are going to see a lot of growth in some of these kids who are going to have a lot faster in PBs and improvements than we do see in those older age groups.
The only issue being that unfortunately he gets stuck on the outside lanes, but we'll see how he goes. He makes a final.
Yeah, as we're about to get underway in the 6th and final heat here of the 100-metre backstroke for these 13-year-old boys. Just 4 swimmers in this one, all coming with entry times of a 1:16. That should say it's going to be a good race, but we're looking at it, seeing so far, it is lane number 4, Cohen Boothman, who has started well.
It's nice to have people next to you that are also right at you. That really does push you along as well. Sometimes when they're too far ahead, it's quite a mental game as well. But looking there like Cohen Boothman has a slight lead. Let's see who can make a quicker turn. Oh, beautiful into the wall there from Ignacio Fluense.
Yeah, Boothman has led down that first 50, but the 2 beside him, Joshua Condon and Legency are starting to come at him. I think it's almost nearly side by side in the middle of the pool there. Condon up alongside Boothman. Ignacio next to them, not far behind. So there's not much between those first three as we come down this final 25 metres.
And really coming back there across in lane 3, Joshua Condon. Well done. Looks like he's winding up for the touch there. Takes it out. First place, 1:13. Second, Cohen Boothman. And third, Ignacio Fugense. 1:14.56. Good swims. Much faster. First heat now for the 12-year-old boys, 100-metre butterfly. We've had some great butterfly already this morning, so looking forward to this as well. In the middle there, entry time of 1:05. Oliver Mesher back in the pool again. He's had a big morning, and he comes out first and very strong down the second length.
Yeah, we've already seen him put in some good performances. He's out by 2 body lengths as he comes down for this first 50. He will touch first in a 29.72. Came in with an entry time of a 1:05.39. Only one or two swimmers in the 1:05s heading into this one, but it is all Mesher. We are Deo is in a second. Third is William Siddles. All three of them have been pretty busy this morning.
It's going to be all Oliver Mesher today, I think, right out there in front as he's just increasing the lead. But Deo coming back as well. Let's see, goes in for the touch now. Great finish. Had to come up a bit short. Oliver Mesher, 1:05.53. Second place, Deo, 1:08.51. And William Siddles, third, 1:10. Next, everyone touching about a 1:14 for the rest of the heat.
Yeah, 0.06 quicker than his qualifying time there for Oliver Mesher. And as a 12-year-old, I'm going to say that's his PB, so that's a good swim there this morning for him. Now in the water for the second of these 3 heats for the 100-metre butterfly for our boys. It's lane 4 again here. Eli Dishley, who has started well. He's the other swimmer who did come in with a 1:05 entry time, so no surprise to see him out strong. George Zeng as well, also having a good first 25 metres.
Yeah, Lucy back in the water again. I'm a little bit disappointed not to see full heats in the 100 metres butterfly. But again, some of these swimmers have had a really busy morning, so you probably had to pick and choose what you could do.
Yeah, as we see this one, Dishley leading the way here. George Zeng starting to come up beside him as well, but it is Alisai who is going to turn here for the last 25 metres, narrowly ahead of George Zeng, who has come up beside him and had a really good turn. The two of them will now come down this last 25 metres. It is now George Zeng who has come over the top of him. He's leading narrowly as we come into the wall. It's going to come down to the touch, and it's Alisai Dislick who gets it in a 1:07.15. George Zeng second in a 1:07.21.
It's one of those things whether you go over or under, and Elise just had the under touch in. So that gave him that, 0.6 of the lead. Third and final heat for the boys, 12-year-old boys, 100-metre butterfly here this morning. Interestingly enough, 2:11 would make it into the final. So let's see, we've got Jacob Liu back in the pool again from Nana Aquatic and earning his first seed by turning fast and very quickly, holding just a half a body length lead next to Benjamin Lai.
Yeah, expect Jacob Liu to lead this one out nearly 4 seconds quicker than anyone else in this heat. And that is what we're seeing so far in this one. He touches in a 31.45, a second and a bit clear of Felix Dong and Benjamin Lai in third. But out the front, it is all Jacob Liu.
Jacob Liu, he's actually got a really big, if you can see there, Tara, his feet are coming out of the water, so he is all lower body in this one.
Is as he comes into this one. And yeah, you mentioned that a lot of the other some of the swimmers, their feet don't come out of the water. He's definitely do, and he's got that real mermaid movement here as he comes underneath the flags. He's looking for a good time here. Comes in a 1:07.85, so just outside his qualifying time. Lark Pravali in second in a 1:12.30, and then Felix Dong in third in a 1:12.34.
Let's kick it off here for our first of the mixed finals. That means there won't be finals tonight of the 800 metre freestyle. Mixed as well, Tara. This is a first for me.
Yeah, so I've got our 15 to 18-year-old athletes. This first race is all male swimmers.
It is.
So it is based on times and looking as close as possible in this one. Our final event in this pool for this morning as well. So we've got a big lot of race in here in this last one, and starting strongly is Marley Sutherland in lane 5. I think the first time that we've seen him this morning. Liam Polson in second, and then Kaisei Kojima, who has been busy out in lane number 1.
Yes, you'd be wanting to pace yourself a little bit for this one, and thank God there's counters, because I would be lost after the first 100.
Yeah, and we'll take this opportunity, if you know, this is the UNCLOUD Victorian Age Short Course Championships, and Swimming Victoria has partnered with VIC to amplify the UNCLOUD campaign across our upcoming events and programs this short course season. With more and more young people vaping every year, UNCLOUD creates space for young people to hear from their peers, to share their experiences and thoughts and feelings, to have a voice. UNCLOUD is a hub to find peer-reviewed, scientifically backed information about vapes and see vaping for what it is. More importantly, it's a platform for young Australians to warn each other about the horrors of vaping. Visit uncloud.org to find out more.
Yeah, really good initiative there as well. I'm just keeping an eye on, you know, it's funny, freestyle, you go, freestyle's one stroke, but all the styles, breaststroke's quite a differing style, but I'm actually looking across the pool, there's quite a few different styles here. Quite a high turnover speed in the arms there for Marley Sutherland, which could be an advantage. Sometimes can be a sign of going out too hard too early, but he looks pretty comfortable.
Yeah, and look, you see with the 800, I know they're still young, a lot of these swimmers wouldn't have done 1500s, but the 800's the middle. You might get some swimmers coming down from the 1500 to the 800, you get some coming up from the 400, so you do get those varying styles of swimming among this one, but it is the middle two lanes there in 4 and 5. Liam Paulson's there in front, Marley Sutherland in second, and Kaisei Kajima in lane number 1.
Kaisei Kajima,
is now coming to a second, so it's those three leading the way, not much between the rest of the pack.
Yeah, I think around the 400 metre mark we can sort of see things start to separate a little bit. And it'll be tough to be swimming right on someone's shoulder for 800 metres as well.
Yeah, looking at this one, we've got 5 swimmers coming with times underneath that 8-minute 40. Kaisei Kajima, he's not one of them, so he might be looking to set a good time. But we know some of these swimmers have had a really busy morning, so it'll be interesting to see what toll that has taken on them.
Yeah, but interestingly enough, this is for the medals, so you would notice in here, of course, we've got different ages throughout as well, so we're assuming that they're going to reward age group medals.
Sometimes they do, depends on which one it is. Sometimes they will, and look, we're going to assume there's going to be different medals for the boys and the girls in this one.
Anyone doing 800 metres actually deserves a medal in my book, so.
It is, as we see. We come up here for the 350. It's Liam Paulson leading in 3:35.51, narrowly ahead of Marley Sutherland in 3:36.23. Kaisei Kajima just behind him, so not much between those top three. So we see Sutherland look to come up right next to Paulson.
So you might think, you know, what here, the guys that are swimming in these outside lanes here, it is important. Again, like I said, anyone's in for a medal. And just a good opportunity to swim against someone older, faster. Great for the girls to mix it up as well.
Still in front there, Kaisei Kajima back into second, and Marley Sutherland in third. And you've got the two in the middle going side by side. You've got Kajima on the outside. What advantage is it having that swimmer right next to you?
Absolutely. It depends what kind of swimmer you are. Having someone right on you, you know they can keep you pacing as well. I'm almost a person who likes to be Kaisei Kajima, right out there, kind of running my own race, secretly just sneaking up there.
You mentioned that, sneaking up there. Kaisei Kajima is now in front at the 450 mark.
Exactly that, and still second and third fighting it out, Liam and Marley there. Some great, some negative splits there across the board, which is amazing. It's, if you don't know what that means they've swum their split faster than the one before, which is amazing to do in 800.
As we see Kaisei Kajima leading the way out in lane number 1. He's going to touch at the 500 metre mark there in a 5:11.90. He's got half a second lead there on Liam Paulson in Marley Sutherland, 0.11 behind that. So not much between the front three in this one. It's going to be a battle as we come down in this last 300 metres. Those swimmers in the front coming into it, but is Kaisei Kajima leading the way in lane number 1. He has got a swimmer right next to him, but he has lapped him. He's going to come in here at the 5:50. He's going to touch first in a 5:44.37. It is still only 0.4 between him and second, and Liam Paulson and Marley Sutherland equal second at the 550 metre mark.
So what might be happening here for Liam is that he can't, for Marley, he can't necessarily see across the side there to what Kaiser is doing. So huge advantage for Kaiser, because Liam probably goes, I've got you in my sights. Actually, yeah, hard to see that actually.
Yeah, as we can see some of those coaches on that far side making the noises and going swimming, as we've got that on this side as well here. It's still Kaisei Kajima leading the way there. The margin staying the same. Liam Paulson, though, starting to break away from Marley Sutherland in that battle for second. Both those still hot on the tail there of Kaisa Kajima.
So as we come up to the 650 mark, you'd be wanting to think maybe this is about when I'm going to make my move. So let's keep an eye on all three. I'm backing Liam here. No, sorry, Marley here is looking really comfortable now, really sitting on top of the water.
Yeah, Marley's now, he is sitting in third, but he's trying to stay with the other two. I think the lead has increased a little bit for Kaisa Kajima in that far one. Liam Paulson in that second spot. Marley Sutherland in third. It is that gap has increased a little bit. I think it was 0.6 at the last time. This time it's 7:21.18 to a 7:21.91. So narrowly increased to 0.7.
Yeah, just keeping an eye on Kaiser's team over there, are really giving him some boost there. I'm not sure. I'd be putting up the number one hand if I was his coach, saying, number one, you're in the lead. And he's winding up, but the two boys in the middle, they are not giving up at all.
Yeah, we're going to come down. Our first three swimmers are about to get the bell here with 50 metres to go. It's Kaisa Kajima leading the way in at lane number one. He is ahead now of Liam Paulson, who has been able to close that gap a little bit. Marley Sutherland sticking with them as well. As we're about to come down the wall, it's still Kajima leading the way from Paulson and Sutherland. So after 775 metres, we have got three swimmers going for this one. Looks like Kajima might just hold on to this one. Sutherland's coming over the top of Paulson. We're going to come into the wall, and it is Kaisa Kajima who holds on in an 8:23.14. Narrowly beats Marley Sutherland in an 8:23.46. And Liam Paulson third in an 8:23.65. So after 800 metres, we had 0.51 separating our top three swimmers.
And I got to say, Kaisa Kajima is super excited. You know, I was talking earlier about that lateral breathing. He had the luck of having his team on that side, and they really brought him home there. That was a great swim.
He 20 seconds quicker than his seeded time. So all three of those leaders had some good times there.
And he's also a year younger than he's a year younger than Marley Sutherland.
In the water for the second of our heats with the 800-metre freestyles for the 15 to 18-year-old mixed event here. We had a thriller in heat one. This one we have a mixture of our male and our female athletes. So these ones are all done on times. Most of these half of these swimmers have swum underneath that 9-minute mark. I think all of them will be looking to achieve that this morning.
Yeah, so in the middle we've got, for the female swimmers, we've got Cara Jeffs and Madison Brand, but with 15, so 2-year age gap between them, so even then. So this, like I said before, it's a great opportunity to be able to swim against someone you wouldn't actually normally get to swim against.
Yeah, Kepler Schneiders is leading the way there in lane number 3. Edward Pollard in lane number 8. Kira Jeffs normally has a big program, so I'm guessing she's had quite a few swims this morning. First time we've seen some of our female athletes in the water, as we see Pollard turn first, Kepler Schneiders in second. In third is Jaden Zeng. So it's three of our male swimmers who have started well.
Yeah, I'm really enjoying actually watching Kiara swim. She's got a lovely stroke, very comfortable, sits up nice. Quite reminds me of some of the older Kira, some of the greats, Aussie great swimmers actually there. Coming out and turning first there, Edward Pollard at the 150-metre mark. It's very close, though, between Kepler Schneiders. Again, another big program for Kepler this morning.
And you're looking at our younger swimmers, Edward Pollard, Kepler Schneiders, and Kira Jeffs are 3 of our 15-year-olds in this one. So seeing some of that young talent come through in here. So leading the way is Kepler Schneider's in lane 3. Edward Pollard trying to go with him as well. And then a real battle in the middle of the pool there. Kira Jeffs looking strong as she currently sits in 3rd.
If Edward Pollard keeps going this way, he will break that 9-minute mark, I believe, which is going to be a great swim for him.
Yeah, Kepler Schneiders comes in with an 8:57. So seeing what we saw in that first heat where we saw 20-second improvements by some of these swimmers are going to be wanting the same sort of thing as well.
Absolutely, a great opportunity for them to get those times down. And I'm assuming getting prepared for national age groups, probably.
Yeah, probably not till next year. So
okay.
We've still got a little bit before that one. That we'll have some more prep later on. As we see going through here, it is still Kepler Schneiders leading the way there from Edward Pollard. Nearly 2 seconds the gap there. Kira Jeffs in 3rd. And then 4th is Lucy Doyle over in lane 0.
Well, I would also assume some of these swimmers will swim the Open as well. They'll be back next weekend.
Yes, we'll see a lot of swimmers, the next few weeks. Swimming some busy workloads. We had countries a few weeks ago, and we had some short course races here a few weeks ago as well. So it has been a busy start to the season here. But is Kepler Schneiders leading the way here. Edward Pollard in 2nd. Kira Jeffs in 3rd. And then Lucy Doyle, another one of those swimmers looking to get under that 9-minute mark, out in lane number 0 in 4th.
Quite hard for the swimmers. There's a few swimmers from the first heat standing next to us. Quite hard for them because they are waiting literally on the results because it's so mixed. But I would say by and far that first heat was pretty quick.
Well, looking at it, no others. The only other swimmers with underneath that 9-minute mark are in this heat here. As we said, timed finals. We had 3 swimmers swim 8:23 in that race, so that all 3 set a really good time in that one. So we're at 350 metres down. Kepler Schneider's leading in 3:38. In a 3:43 is Edward Pollard. And then 3rd is Kira Jeffs in a 3:47.
Yeah, Kira pretty much out on her own at the moment. It should be just running her own race, I think, and perhaps I suspect she's probably going to be at Opens next week. So it's probably for her just a nice, good warm-up for the Opens coming next week, I'm guessing. She's looking very comfortable out there.
You see, go through there. So Kepler Schneider's at the halfway mark in a 4:11.34. So if he was to back end with that same speed, he would be around that 8:23, which we did see in that first heat.
Interestingly, a lot of negative splitting from our young swimmers over the 400-metre mark, which is interesting. See how that plays out. Could be good, could be bad.
As we see, Kepler Schneider's in that one went a 32.10 to further extend his lead. And seeing Edward Pollard in the 33, so we are starting to see some of those swimmers get quicker. Kira Jeffs wasn't quite as quick on that split, but still clearly in 3rd.
Yeah, so that is the one thing that is tough about an 800. It is often a bit of your own race. So right now it is pretty spread out and a tussle pretty much for 4th place, I think, over in the far lanes, 0, 1 and 2.
Keep an eye on Lucy Doyle. She's closing that gap on Kira Jeffs. So it is only a couple of seconds. So as we'll see them both come down here at the 500 metre. Jeffs turns in a 5:27.58. She actually, in the end, extended it over Doyle, who had closed the gap. So it's about a 3-second gap there. Yeah,
I did miss Lucy over there, and she is also looking very comfortable. She'll be happy with that swim. 500 metres down, over halfway.
You see Kepler Schneider's now. He touched at a 5:47.84. So he's controlled that. Pollard will now come in at the 5:50. He turns in a 5:57, so it's a 10-second lead. Then it's another 3.5 seconds back to Kira Jeffs.
I think it's pretty handy here for Madison Brand. She's just hanging off the back there of Tommy Golding, which would be a great, although he came in with a slower, he's come in with an over 9-minute qualifying time. I wonder if that's correct, actually.
Look, obviously some of these swimmers may have swum quicker in the past where,
I think so,
unfortunately, and being a little bit older, their entry times may not necessarily be their quickest, but we know all of these swimmers would want to be underneath that 9-minute mark. as we've got swimmers across the board here, but it is Kepler Schneiders who is about to come down for the 650-metre mark. He is well and truly in front here. He's going to turn in a 6:53.01.
Yeah, had a negative split for that. 32.88 split is looking pretty good. Marco French now looking to pick up that speed, but he's been off the pace a little bit.
As we see Edward Pollard also in that 33, and Kira Jeffs as well. So seeing some good splits from our first three there. Jeffs still just hanging around on the back of a Pollard. Probably not going head-to-head, but you can see the gap there as we see the 700-metre mark here for Schneiders in a 7:25.55.
I gather that Kira is quite a strong swimmer and a very strong swimmer, and is pretty comfortable in these 800s. So she looks, again, very, very comfortable out there.
Yeah, she's someone we're going to see a lot of this weekend. So we'll see, probably should be in action tonight, I think.
I think so.
I was going to say we're not sure what happened in the previous pool, so I can't necessarily tell you that. But
I'm going to assume by the look of it.
As we have seen Kepler Schneiders get the bell there. He's just under that 8 minutes there for that 50 metres to go. So he's going to definitely get a better entry time than what he had. One of our 15-year-olds, one of the youngest ones in this one. Seen the bell there for Pollard and Jeffs as well. But Kepler Schneiders, he has controlled this race. He is going to take this one out. He's going to finish in an 8:35.6. So about 7 seconds off that first heat, but a really good time considering he came in with a 5:57. Pollard gets underneath that 9-minute mark by a lot in an 8:43.06, and we'll see Jeffs here touch in an 8:49.65, so she improves her time as well.
Oh, no, fantastic swim there. When the other swimmers are coming in, they've got some really good times across the board, most under 9 actually, so that's fantastic. I'm just taking a look at Kepler Schneiders, 15 years old. That's a good start. That's a great start. I'd be happy with that swim. And coming in now, Thomas Wade, he'll pop in at a 9:19, which is a bit over his swim, so interesting. And heat 3 of the 800 metres freestyle. We've had a bit of a change here, so I'm not sure what's happened. We've still got 5 heats though. So in the water, we've got a mix again. Got Bethan Chug up in lane 0, James Terrett in 1, Jacob McCready lane 2, Emerson Hoggard lane 3, Cedric Wetzel's lane 4, lane 5, Lachlan Patton lane 6, Hugo Pankhurst lane 7, Noah Coulson 8, Chloe Burke and 9, Jemima Hale. And touching in first here is Noah Coulson at a 28.52. That's a nice quick start there.
Yeah, we have had these heats reseeded from what we've got as well here. So It's going to be interesting to see how this one goes. We've got a little bit more of a difference in the times with some of these swimmers stepping into this one. But leading the way in lane number 4, there is Cedric Wetzels. In lane number 7, also looking good, is Noah Coulson.
Yeah, Tara, we're looking to find that it'll be probably similar to the last heat where it won't be so close. It's actually kind of rare for an 800 anyway. There'll be swimmers all over the place. Also, you know, you have days where you're on and you're off. You've tapered right, you haven't tapered right. So that's why you get such discrepancy across the board at an 800 metre as well when we're swimming. Plus, age is a different mixed race. Anyone's game, but right now, about to turn in first. In lane 4 is Cedric Wetzels. He's going to turn in a 132. Second, Noah Coulson. Oh, sorry, with the 150 metre mark, sorry. And third, Emerson Hoggan there. Let's try to switch those names up for a second.
Yeah, as we see the different swimmers in this one, and expect to see Emerson Hoggan, one of those, comes in with a 9:15. So some of the drops in times we've seen, I'm guessing, would love to go underneath that 9-minute mark there. A few of the other ones there, Cedric Wetzels is another one who none of these swimmers are underneath the 9 minutes.
Well, he's just turned in a 2:04, so that's a great start. So let's see how he goes, Cedric.
Yeah, as we see some swimmers up the pool here. Chloe Burke also having a good swim there in lane number 8. Comes in with a time of 9:21.68. So was meant to be the fastest swimmer in the next heat, but we have seen her brought forward into this one. But Cedric Wetzels is absolutely dominating this one. The 17-year-old from Ivanhoe swim will touch here at the 2:50. Leading in a time of 2:37.12. There's a real battle on in the next second and third. Noah Coulson and Chloe Burke next to each other are split by less than a second. Also in that one is Lachlan Patton.
You know, Tara, I'm hoping what they haven't done is left the last race with two people. That would be a very tough swim, 2 people doing 800, but we'll have to see because we haven't had the updated seedings here. So if you're a little confused, you'd tune in to watch a particular swimmer. Firstly, well done to Victoria Swimming for being pretty much on time. And secondly, there has been a little bit of reseeding, hence I read out the names at the start there.
Yeah, there has, as we see, not much in that middle of the pool between second, third and fourth, all behind Cedric Wetzels. He is leading at the 300 mark. He had a 9-second lead on the next 4. He's about to come up here and touch for the 350. Very strong performance so far. So he turns in a 3:42.83. Then the battle for second, it's Lachlan Patton now in up there with Chloe Burke. Noah Coulson up there as well. It was Patton, Burke, Coulson touching, then Emerson Hoggan and Hugo Pankhurst also up there. So across the pool, that battle for the minor places is massive.
They were all split apart and now they've all caught up to each other as well. Cedric is about to turn now for the 400 metre. Just slightly slower on that split there under 4:15.19. So still looking really good to go under the 9 minutes, even if he came back in a 5-minute 400 now, which I tell you is not fast. He'd still make it.
Well, the previous heat was a 4:11 at the halfway mark, so only 4 seconds, and we did see Kepler Schneider's finishing in 8:30. So definitely on track to go underneath that 9 minutes. Came in with a 9:06 time. Did Wetzels. Our swimmers in that battle for the minors all came in about that 4:29, 4:30 as well. So if they came back with a 4:30 in the back half, that would get them underneath that 9-minute mark. So they'd have to slightly back end their race if they were to do that. As we see all those swimmers in that battle come through, they were all swimming around that 35. Hugo Pankhurst was the only one who, out of that group, and Emerson Hoggan, who were faster in that 50 than the previous.
I'm going to take this moment now to point out how good the facilities are looking here today as well. We've got, if you don't know, there's 2 pools running with this is a great thing about short course, 2 pools running and a third 25-metre warm-up pool as well. We want to thank Swimming Victoria wants to thank our major sponsor and quality facility maintenance partner, Mattioli. With over 50 years of experience, Medioli are experts in building and upgrading pools. This partnership will connect organisations seeking advice directly to Medioli, playing a pivotal role in shaping the future of swimming in Victoria. This collaboration not only enhances the support and resources available, but reinforces Swimming Victoria's position as a leader in fostering better swimming facilities and opportunities across the region. This is true, and it's a great step forward in ensuring continued growth and improvement in Victoria swimming infrastructure. Very important that is.
Yeah, as we're starting to see that battle for second and third really open up here. To come down to the wall, Hugo Pankhurst is in second, Lachlan Patton in third, Emerson Hogan in fourth, Chloe Burke fifth, Noah Colson in sixth. That gap, there was only a second between them, now is about a 4-second gap between those 5 athletes. As we see at the 600 metre mark, Cedric Wetzel's touches in a 6:30.13, so he's well and truly ahead here. It's more than a lap ahead. He's going to come down to the wall here, where these swimmers is just about to come down to the 600 metre mark here. We'll see touching in second is Hugo Pankhurst, in third Lachlan Patton, and Emerson Hogan trying to go with those two.
So right about now, Tara, you're sort of thinking, how much have I got left in that tank, and how much I need to go now? Because a 200 metre is still a big distance, but can make all that difference. And I'm just watching as I think Lachlan Patton has made that decision to kick it in a gear and see if he can break away from, so that's Hugo to break away from Lachlan.
Yeah, definitely extended that gap, and then Lachlan is breaking away from Emerson Hogan, Chloe Burke and Noah Colson trying to stay on the tails there of Hogan. They all turn about that 7:28, 7:27 were those 3. But it is all Cedric Wetzel's who's about to touch here for the 700 metre. Turns in a 7:37.71. So even splitting about the moment is there, Cedric. In that one, he did touch in a 33.79. All the other swimmers were around your 34. Hugo Pankhurst, last one was a 33.77. 34.06. So
but really important to point out, of course, all these people, they're all in different categories, so everyone's swim here is important, and it's important to keep kicking in there, which I can see everybody doing.
Yeah, as we've got swimmers who are 15, 16, 17, 18 in this one, male and female, so it is a real spread. As we see Cedric Wetzel's, he gets the bell for the final 50 metres. So he turned in an 8:11.32. So he will go underneath that 9-minute mark.
Amazing.
It's going to be touch and go for a few of these other swimmers though here. As we see Cedric Wetzel's, he's now on his final lap here. It's got Hugo Pankhurst has the bell, as does Lachlan Patton. But it's going to be Cedric Wetzel's who is going to take this one out. He takes it out in an 8:42.50. So he came in with a 9:06. So that was a really good swim from him. As we see Hugo Pankhurst now coming down to get the touch. He'll be hoping to sneak underneath that 9-minute mark. As we see there, he gets 9:33.
No.
So heartbreak for him by the narrowest of margins. In lane number 5, touching third is going to be Lachlan Patton. And then in the battle between the girls, Emerson Hogan touched in a 9:11.93. And then we had Noah Colson in a 9:13.33, Chloe Burke in a 9:14.44. So we've got the last of our swimmers coming in, Jemima Hale in a 9:24.49. And then over the other side of the pool, Bethan Chugg and Jacob McCready both finished their swims as well.
All right, heat for another reseeded heat in this next one, but you will find it is all girls in the lane, so we'll read them out for you. Lane 1, Madeline Regalado Jones. Lane 2, India Condon. Grace Richards, lane 3. Hope Christian, lane 4. Alexia Legg, lane 5. And 6 is Taylor Miller. And 7 is Avaya Dennis. And Ali Hutchinson in lane It's a great start here now for Taylor Miller. She's going to turn first. I'll explain something, Tara. I'm not sure if you know this. So what they've done is they pulled up the 2 fastest seeded from the 4th heat previously, and what they've done to, I'm assuming, well, actually, no, we've got a bigger problem because we don't have the names for 9 and 0.
Thank you. Oh, well,
so we're not sure who's in there.
No, that is it, and so we will do the best we can in this one.
I'm going to guess, though, that it's probably Taylor Lawrenson and Ellie Hutchinson, but there's already, it has to be Piper Hall and Sophia Ahmed, I think.
Yeah, we will keep an eye on this one, and hopefully they do update the scoreboard for us, but there's not much as we come down to the first 100. India Condon turns first, Taylor Miller in second, Hope Christian in third.
So I'm sorry, if you are supporters of 9 and 0, we don't even have times for them. But let's see how it plays out. Taylor Miller here, fastest seed or second fastest seed. Swimming well, actually.
Yeah, as we see this one in the middle of the pool here, lane number 4, Hope Christian, is leading the way. Taylor Miller's also looking good here as well. As we see, touching on the wall there first. We've lost our scoreboard. Hopefully that means they might be updating our scoreboard. No, we still don't know who our swimmers are in lane 0 and 9 here. But it is the middle of the pool leading the way in this one. So it's lane 4, Hope Christian, who came in to this one with a time of a 9:32.61. She'll be hoping, as we've got Taylor Lawrenson in lane number 0 and Nadine Sophia Ahmed in lane number 9. So we've got our full list here, and it is Christian leading the way here. Taylor Miller in second, and then third is Grace Richards.
You can hear me in the background saying I was right. Luckily. No, but interestingly, they've only done 50 metres. That's all right. We'll keep it across them, though. I do think it does mean we won't have a 5th heat this morning. So everyone in the pool is in the race too, again, because it's mixed ages as well in there.
We're missing a few of the guys who didn't race in that heat 3. So that's the one we'll keep an eye on, whether we do have a 5th and final heat. Time final, so not heat, time final. Our first final of this one will be the medal winners for our boys. We had the 3 swimmers all touch in an 8:23. It was Keisai Kajima who won that one. Marley Sutherland was second. Liam Paulson was third in one of the races of the morning in this second pool. After 800 metres, less than half a second split the top 3. Had some good swims from Kira Jeffs, was probably our top female swimmer so far. Yeah. She was underneath that 9-minute mark. Lucy Doyle also had a good swim there.
So the one to beat here would be Kira as well, but I'm not sure. The times are... This will be a slower heat, I think.
Yeah, a lot of these times you're looking 30 to 40 seconds slower than what Kira Jeffs had as an entry time, let alone what she did swim. But we have seen a lot of good times here, and this is what these events are about, making sure, taking that next step and seeing how you can take your swimming to the next level. As we said, different ages. We've got 15, 16, 17 and 18-year-olds in this event. As we see Hope Christian touch first at the 3:50 and a 4:04. She leads by nearly 4 seconds to Taylor Miller. In third is Grace Richards. India Condon in fourth. Alexia Legg in fifth in a 4:12.08. Then we've got Madeline over in lane number 1 in sixth in a 4:15.56. Ellie Hutchins in 7. Taylor Lawrenson in 8th. Then we've got Nadine Sophia Ahmed in lane number 9 and in lane number 9, who is sitting 9th, and Piper Hall in 10th.
So it's going to be interesting to see how this one does play out. It's always a little tricky when you've been reseeded as well. Sometimes you sort of got yourself focused on how something's going to go. What is playing out though, wow, actually I'm just watching Alexa Legg really kick it up another leg there. That was not an intended pun at all. But really swimming, honestly, stroke for stroke. And I think they're teammates as well over there, India Condon and Grace Richards. Pretty sure they're wearing the same hat. We are a little off guard here since they've done the the reschedule here. So in Surrey Park, both Surrey Park swimmers, they're probably so used to doing this next to each other, training together. But yeah, Alexa Legg still winding up here, turning first, just then still Hope Christian in the lead as she's coming up for the 500 metres with a nice big lead on everybody else. Another Surrey Park swimmer as well. And Hope is going to turn at the 500 mark at a 5:51. Yeah,
so she's got a good lead there. Turning second, Taylor Miller, so it's 6 seconds. So she's staying in touch. She hasn't been able to quite blow it open, but India Condon and Grace Richards on the other side of the pool are having a really good battle. Alexia Legg also starting to come through as well.
Yeah, she just keeps winding up. She hasn't quite got them yet. I'm a little surprised. She looks very comfortable there.
As we see, about to see Hope Christian about to come into the wall here for the 5:50. She touches in a 6:26.64. So she swam that one in a 35:15. Slightly extended the lead from Taylor Miller, who was still in that 35s. India Condon and Grace Richards were a little bit slower, but Alexia Legg also had a better 50 at that time. So starting to bring the legs in a little bit more and have an impact.
I'd actually be keeping an eye on India not making a run for second place, actually. But having said that, Alexia Legg is pretty comfortable out there. But I am watching India just creeping up as you do in the 800.
Yeah, you see Miller touch there in second. In third is India Condon. So there's 4 seconds between her and Taylor Miller. Then Grace Richards fourth, Alexia Legg in fifth. So not much between Alexia now and Grace Richards. So we're seeing some battles across the pool here as we come down. And even on this one right in front of us, lane 7 and lane 9, Piper Hall and Nadine Sophia Ahmed both having a battle there in that for that 9th spot.
Well, so interestingly enough here, Nadine Sophia, her entry time was over 10 minutes, same for Piper Hall. And I think they're looking good to break at least the 10-minute mark, which is a great swim.
Yeah, that's exactly what they want. We've been talking about breaking the 9-minute mark for some of these swimmers, but to get underneath the 10-1 for the swimmers in the who are just 15 would be good. And being told there is no fifth.
Well, there's no one waiting to come in, so I think this is our last one.
There's a couple of swimmers there. We'll keep an eye on it, so we might.
I got a little excited.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on it. We'll see whether we do have that 5th and final heat here, as we see coming into the wall with 3 laps to go is Hope Christian.
It's a little confusing because I think, is she lapping now?
She would be lapping some of these swimmers. So she's leading the way in lane 4. She's about to come down to receive the bell for the 7:50 here. So Hope Christian will come down for this final 50 metres. She's going to take this one out. Came in with an entry time of 9:32.61, so she should clearly beat that one.
Well, it would have been nice to go under the 9 minutes, but not quite.
It is, yeah. Taylor Miller in second, India Condon in third. So those two have got that battle as we're now on that final lap here for Hope Christian. She's coming down less than half a lap to go. She's going to claim a big win here in this heat and improve her time from the 9:32 she brought in. She came in at a 9:23. So about 9 seconds quicker than what she did have coming into this one. As we see Taylor Miller comes in a 9:32. She came in a 9:42, so that's around that 9-10 seconds again there, which we're seeing. India Condon in a 9:37. She came in with a time of 9:46, around that 9:10 as well. Grace Richards will keep it 9:41, so she goes slightly outside her time. But those
everyone can go under 10 minutes, or they won't though. We've got to, yeah, okay.
Yeah, as we are now looking to see our final swimmers come in now. Getting the touch was Piper Hall in a 10:05.97, and Nadine Sophia Ahmed comes in a 10:10.16, and
tough swim for her then. That looked very good going out though, so respect that. Oh.
So, no, we don't have a fifth heat because those swimmers have already swam.
Fantastic.
So that is us for pool number 2, the McConnell pool on day 1 of the UNCLOUD Victorian Age Short Course Championships. Make sure you tune in tonight and the next couple of days for plenty of action. If you still want some more swimming here, they still have the 1,500 metres here for the 12 to 14-year-olds in the Horton pool. But Tarina,
Yep. Yes.
Thank you. Your first one jumping on board, and I know you're doing another session here, so
I'll be back on Sunday.
You'll hear your voice plenty of times across this. Thank you for tuning in, and make sure you tune in tonight.